Do you want to learn how to build cross-platform native apps that run on mobile and desktop using Blazor? Then you found the right video. My name is Gerald and I've been working with .NET almost since it was invented like 22 years ago. Gosh, I feel old now, but more specifically, I'm a longtime cross-platform developer, first with Xamarin and Xamarin Forms, and now, of course, with .NET MAUI. I work at Microsoft as a software engineer on the .NET MAUI team to make sure that you have the best experience building cross-platform apps that run on Android, iOS, Windows, and macOS using C# and .NET. Before that, I worked a couple of different jobs here locally in the Netherlands where I shipped multiple production apps with Xamarin as a customer. So I think it's safe to say that I pretty much fell in love with this technology, and that's why I'm now here all about Blazor Hybrid build on top of .NET MAUI. So you're in the right place if you're looking to get started, because I have built a full day workshop that you can now follow at the comforts of your own home through this video. I'm going to take you from scratch to a fully functional Blazor Hybrid app. By the end, you will understand all the moving parts of a Blazor Hybrid application, and to some extent also .NET MAUI because it's built on top of that. From displaying data to making web requests and pulling data down from the internet onto your device, to navigation between Blazor pages, but also mixing in the .NET MAUI pages and how to pass data between those two as well. Or how about supporting light theme and dark theme? Else your app will not even be considered by some people. This and some more things you will learn along the way, all part of this learning journey. When you're done, you will have an actual app that you can put on your device or your emulator, and you can show it to all your friends and family. But not just that. I have also partnered with HoloPin, a platform that allows me to issue you a digital badge to share on your socials, to add to your LinkedIn profile and your resume, but only if you complete this course successfully. More on that at the end of this video, so make sure to stick around because believe me, you want that badge. If you want to take it even a step further, of course, subscribe at any time during this video to this channel. I have a backlog of a couple of hundred videos by now, mostly about .NET MAUI and Blazor, but always about C# and .NET. Some great tips about Visual Studio and other stuff, all part of this channel. I put out videos almost every single week right here on the channel, so make sure that you're subscribed. And make sure anytime during this video to like it. That will also help this channel, and make sure that this video gets recommended to other people as well. I will very much appreciate that. What I'm also going to do is add chapters to this video. You can see them down below, and with that you can easily follow along. See what's coming, or if you have to take a break, it's easy to pick up again next time from where you left off. You can skip around, do all these things. You can find them below in the video description or right here in the YouTube timeline, where you can see them as well if you scrub over that. This is a multi-part workshop. It's divided into 6 parts. Some of them are longer, some of them are a bit shorter, but they all follow the same pattern. For each part, I will first do a short introduction of the subject that we're about to see, and then we'll dive straight into the code. And what's really cool is that each part also has a README that describes all the steps, all the things I explain, so you can code along at home right here with me. And the great thing about that is that at any time, if I go too fast or you don't really understand, you can just pause, look at the code snippets or the description in the README, and you can get it working in your own project on your own machine. Now, videos are a little bit hard to update, so by the time that you're seeing this, things might have changed a little bit, but I will try to keep things as consistent as possible, as Blazor Hybrid will evolve over time, so you can always come back to this workshop at any time. As part of that, I will also keep updating the GitHub repository, we'll see in a minute, for this workshop, so although things might be slightly different, you should be able to make out the differences and still follow along with this video. Of course, when something new comes out, I will be posting videos about it right here, so make sure to subscribe to my channel and ding that bell so you will automatically be notified whenever that happens. Alright, I think it's time for this long journey to start, so I hope you're as excited as I am, and let's go! Alright, let's get you started with building your very first app with Blazor Hybrid built on top of .NET MAUI. Now, typically if I run this workshop, I will send out some preparation notes before so people can set up their machines already, but since I didn't know that you were going to watch this video, that's not really going to work. And the setup of Visual Studio and all of its dependencies is something that can change over time, and also it's just not super interesting to watch me watch all these progress bars on the screen right here. So for this workshop, I recommend that you go over to the official documentation that is also linked on the GitHub repository with some instructions for this workshop at aka.ms/blazor-hybrid-workshop. It should be on the screen, you can type it over. That is really important because that is going to have the most up-to-date information on exactly what you need to do to install .NET MAUI and everything you need for that for both Visual Studio and Visual Studio Code on Windows and on Mac. I will be using Visual Studio on Windows throughout this video and deploying mostly to the Android emulator or Windows, but of course everything you can see can also be done on macOS with Visual Studio Code and deployed to iOS and macOS and Android there. Now, the fastest deployment time is usually when you deploy to the platform that you're developing on. So if you're developing on Windows, deploy to Windows, and if you're on macOS, to macOS. And because of the cross-platform nature of Blazor Hybrid, you can easily switch it around to another platform and deploy there too without any changes. Magic. For following along, I recommend that you deploy to Windows if you're on Windows or macOS for macOS, so you can focus on learning Blazor Hybrid, and I will show you on screen what it looks like on Android. I will deploy to the Android emulator. But of course, if you're brave enough, feel free to deploy to something else. What you can even do is plug in your physical iOS device into a Windows machine directly, and if you have an Apple developer account and iTunes installed, you can deploy to your iOS device directly from Windows for development. If you do have a Mac lying around, you can connect that from Visual Studio on Windows as well and develop that way using the remote simulator, all kinds of cool options. Of course, this and much more is part of the documentation that I just referred you to, so I highly recommend that you check that out if you're interested in one of these options. Now, with that, let's finally get started with this workshop that I've been going on about. Let's explore in more detail what exactly is going to be covered by this workshop. Well, first and foremost, you're going to build your very first Blazor Hybrid application. Yes! I'm going to walk you through the project structure, what are the files and folders for, what part is Blazor, what part is .NET MAUI, how does that all work together, what is the things that you need to know whenever you're going to build your own application, all things that I'm going to show you, and throughout this whole workshop, of course, I'm going to remind you of all the things, repeat all the things until you can dream it, until you can start your own YouTube channel and create videos about all of this too. And whenever you do, please let me know because then I have done an amazing job and I will be so proud of you. So we'll be seeing all of that. From there, we're going to look at display data. Arguably 99%, or dare I say 100% of the apps out there, independent of the framework or mobile or desktop or your refrigerator or a watch, will show some data in some shape or form, right? So it seems important that we learn about displaying data, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Pull it down from the internet, display it on your user's screen. That's all things that we are going to learn there. From there, we're going to learn two things. One of them is kind of like the superpower of Blazor, one of the many superpowers. We're going to pull in a third-party component, because everything in Blazor is a component, to show a dialog. So it will be like components that you can use throughout your application. In this case, a dialog to actually create more data and enrich the data set that we already have. So we're going to create more data, and by doing that, we're going to learn about the CRUD operation. So create, read, update, delete, not all of them, but a couple of them. And we learn how to consume components. And what's really cool is that those components, it doesn't matter if they were built for Blazor Web, which is not really a thing, it's just called Blazor, or Blazor Hybrid. You can just mix and match them, use them throughout the different platforms, and without any changes. They just work. So that's super, super cool. Then we'll look into navigation. Also, like super important for 100% of the apps. And what's really interesting about Blazor Hybrid is that we have the full power of .NET MAUI at our disposal as well. You're going to start out with Blazor, and if you're happy there and you can do everything you want in kind of like the Blazor ecosystem, that's perfect. But if you're like, ooh, I know about this .NET MAUI control that gives me this rich user experience that I want inside of my application too, you can just navigate to this .NET MAUI page, show that one control there, get the data from it, navigate back to your Blazor world, and still have that seamless user experience, which is going to make your app a big, big success. You can do all of that inside of your application, and we're going to learn how to do just that. Then maybe the superpower of Blazor Hybrid, accessing platform functionality. You can just from Blazor reach out into your device and access all the sensors, all the APIs, all the functionalities that are available on the mobile devices, on the desktop apps, inside of your Blazor Hybrid application. You can query the geolocation. You can use the flashlight. You can query contacts. You can set reminders. I don't know. You can do all these kinds of crazy things that are available on a device. And with the integration with .NET MAUI, you will have this seamless user experience that will make your app a big success. Then, I already mentioned it, if you do not have Dark Theme in your application, you're missing out. It's going to rain 1-star reviews on your App Store listing, so you don't want that to happen. We're going to see how to implement support for Light Theme, Dark Theme, or maybe you want to implement your own branding for your own application, for your own company. That's totally something that you can do with all of this as well, but we're going to leverage for Light Theme and Dark Theme and everything that is involved with that. Now, after this, you're probably already somewhat of an expert on the whole Blazor Hybrid stuff, so we also came up with some advanced topics already that are inside of this Blazor workshop, but there's more modules to come. I'll get back to that in a second. But we have also advanced topics that I'm also going to go over in this video. Sharing state. So we have that .NET MAUI world, that Blazor world, they live in one application, but to have an easy way to kind of like share state between the two, we're going to learn that in the advanced topics, just as again the reusable components, but now not consuming them, but we're going to lift one of the components that we are creating inside of our application. We're going to lift that out of there to create our own reusable component that you can share across projects, or maybe even put into a NuGet and share with the world. Does that sound good? Great, then click that like button so I know I'm on the right path here. And I already mentioned like the community module. So if you go over to the repository that I'll show you in a second, then there is a folder for community modules. So maybe community members will come in, maybe you will come in with like, hey, this topic I know about now. I learned that about Blazor Hybrid, which is missing from this workshop, and I wanted to be a part of it as well. You can create a new module in the community modules folder. We will review that, we'll go over that, and maybe I will even create a video on it as an add-on video for this workshop. And whenever you want to be in the know, to be notified whenever that happens, please click the subscribe button as well. Okay, just a short reminder, the code and the walkthrough is at aka.ms/blazor-hybrid-workshop. So that's where all the code is, all the readmes, all the things. And the really cool thing is that it's not just this workshop. This URL will take you to this workshop specifically, but it lives in the GitHub.NET Presentations repository organization. And there you also have the .NET MAUI workshop. I created a video on that as well, so go check that out if that's something that you're interested in too. Or a Blazor workshop, just like, you know, the Blazor web one, or just generic ASP.NET, and much other stuff as well. So definitely go check that out. I don't think they all have videos, but you will at least have all the content there, which is really good to go over and learn about all the topics that you want to learn about. Now, I already mentioned like, hey, I also have a course about .NET MAUI, and the app that we're building there is the Monkey Finder one. And I thought, how cool would it be to build now the Monkey Finder hybrid app with Blazor Hybrid, so that we're not only learning how to build this Blazor Hybrid app and have this kind of like silly example to do that, but now you can also see, if you're interested in .NET MAUI 2 and you're going to have them both side by side, you can see what the differences are and what the similarities are if you're building your app with Blazor Hybrid and with .NET MAUI. So I thought like, hey, this would be nice. This is a nice topic to build. If you are just doing Blazor Hybrid, that's fine. If you want to also look into .NET MAUI, you can have a nice comparison about the both here. I've already mentioned it a couple of times now, .NET Multi-Platform App UI, or .NET MAUI for short. Don't worry, this workshop is going to be all about Blazor Hybrid, but since .NET MAUI is at the foundation of Blazor Hybrid apps, I thought it would be good to have a basic understanding of what it is exactly. .NET MAUI is a first-class citizen in the .NET framework now, so everything in the .NET framework is at your disposal, like one base class library, right? That's shared across all the platforms. It doesn't matter anymore what platform you're running on, and we have all these things. CLI support, type unification, all of that is in the box. It uses all the native technologies for all the platforms. So for Android, iOS, WinUI, Mac Catalyst, you can build native apps with .NET MAUI, but now using a single language, C#, a unified API that all comes with .NET, and you can roll out to all of these platforms. And of course, the Blazor web view that we will hear about throughout this whole workshop. And you can do that with the productivity tools, with all the tools that come with this ecosystem System, Visual Studio Code, Hot Reload, all the tools that come together with that. If we want to put it more simply, basically what .NET MAUI does is this. We have created a abstraction layer that will allow you to specify an activity indicator, and .NET MAUI will do all the heavy lifting to translate that into the iOS native type, a UI activity indicator. And for Android, it will translate that into a progress bar, even though the progress bar is not a bar, but it's a circle. All right, so that's all the stuff that .NET MAUI does. And for another example, like if we do a slider, you can just declare a slider inside of your application, and we will translate that to whatever that should look like on the platform, so that it looks and feels as if your application is designed for that platform, because that's exactly what it does. And of course, we have like, I don't know, 40 plus controls, 50 plus controls inside of the box for .NET MAUI right now, and they all work like this. But enough about .NET MAUI. You're here for Blazor Hybrid, and Blazor Hybrid is super cool because it's implemented as a element inside of .NET MAUI, the Blazor web view. And with that, you can replace everything that you've just seen, all the native controls. We don't care about that anymore. We don't want the translation. We want to focus on a web UI, right? We can leverage our HTML and CSS skills, the Razor syntax that you might already know and love. You can apply all of that, but still have this native app container, the icon on the home screen, distribution through the app stores. That's important for some managers too. So you will have all of that. You can even mix and match it with the rest of .NET MAUI with the actual native controls if that's what you want. But you will have all of that, all the goodies from Blazor in the box, and still have all the power for .NET MAUI without kind of like the UI. So the only thing, quote unquote, that you're doing is replacing that UI layer that .NET MAUI offers with Blazor UI. But all the rest of the power, all the native APIs, the sensors, all of that, which we will all learn in this workshop, is still at your disposal through all the APIs there. Now, one thing I really always want to stress is that running Blazor Hybrid like this is still a .NET app, right? We have the .NET runtime running through .NET MAUI on iOS and Android and WinUI and Mac Catalyst, and we have Blazor, which is already a .NET app, so we can just plug that right into the runtime. We don't need any web server or WebAssembly or transpile that or compile that. I'll probably mention this a couple of times more throughout this course, but this is something that's really important, and is always a question that people ask me, like, hey, how does this work? It is already a .NET application. We have the .NET runtime running on all these platforms through .NET MAUI, so we can just run it like that. There is no performance hit or no nothing. It's not interpreted, no nothing. So super important. Okay, then there is a Blazor for everyone. I already mentioned it. This is implemented as a Blazor web view, and you can use that however you want. You can use a .NET MAUI shell, right? So only the shell of the application, nothing more, and then make your entire UI a full Blazor hybrid UI. That's what we'll mostly see. Well, not mostly, that's what we'll see in this workshop. But you can take it another way. You can also do like mix and match. You can start with a .NET MAUI application and be like, oh, I have this Blazor component already in my web application, and just take that little component or a third-party component that you really love and just add that Blazor web view to your .NET MAUI app as a small component, and only show that inside of your application. And really outside of the scope of this workshop, but the Blazor web view is also implemented for WinForms. Yes, you heard it right, WinForms and WPF. So you can repeat that same trick for WPF and WinForms if you have any legacy applications. Add Blazor stuff in there and modernize from the inside out. And you can, of course, repeat that little trick with multiple web views in there in your .NET MAUI application. And you can also do it the other way around with the first option, the one on the left, .NET MAUI shell, full Blazor UI, and just pop one .NET MAUI page on there with some native controls if that is a requirement that you have for something that we will see also in this workshop. And then Blazor is all about components, right? Everything in Blazor is a component, and you can share those components between the web, your Blazor web app, your Blazor hybrid app, and you can even distribute it to NuGet if that's what you want, a Razor class library. Just create that one. You can share it across the different projects. You can share it in your own project, and you can share it with the world through a NuGet package. We'll touch on that too in this workshop. So really, really powerful stuff to bring your code everywhere and really reuse it and make that super productive. Cool. Then a little bit about the project structure. I'm not going to go too deep into this now. I will explain this more whenever we open Visual Studio and I can click around a little bit. That will make it all more clear. But basically, this is a typical Blazor hybrid setup right here. You can see the solution and then the project. And you can see like basically it's not entirely true. That top part is Blazor. So inside of the components folder and the www root, that is the Blazor part of the application. And then the bottom part is kind of like the MAUI part of the application where, you know, and it's not technically MAUI because the services and the models, that's just C#, doesn't have to do anything with MAUI, but the files there at the bottom, like the app.xaml, main page.xaml, that is the MAUI stuff. But this is all in a single project. All the platforms are ran from a single project. You just select in Visual Studio, hey, I now want to run for Android. It will pick out all the bits it needs for Android and it will run it on Android. Same thing for iOS, for Windows, for Mac Catalyst. You can just all serve that from one project, which is again super cool because we can reuse all the things that are there for all the platforms instead of having multiple projects where you have to maybe duplicate all kinds of files and code and do all kinds of crazy things. Don't need that anymore. Speaking of the platforms, you have all the power there at your disposal, right? If you go into that platforms folder, you will find all the subfolders for the different platforms that we can support. So Android, iOS, Mac Catalyst, Windows, because at the end of the day, we still have to provide Apple with something that they understand on their ecosystem, right? We can't just send them an exe and they'll be like, oh yeah, sure, we'll make that run on iOS. That's not how it's going to work. So we still need to provide a IPA file is what it's called on macOS and iOS. And we need to provide that to Apple with the right metadata in the right format. And also, .NET MAUI and Blazor Hybrid service a lot of APIs, right, that are available on the native platform, but not all of them. So if you're like, oh, that one API, I really know that exists on the platform, I'm going to write some platform-specific code, but still with C# and .NET, you can do that in this folder. You can reach out into that device, and you can service those APIs yourself, get all that power still in there in your own application, and use that by still using the unified APIs of C# and .NET. So I think that is really, really powerful. And you can just do that by going into the platforms folder, basically. And also there is kind of like your entry point that we need for the really native applications, but because at the end of the line, we still have a native application that we need to deliver to the app stores, right? So all the starting points, all the metadata is in there as well. So actually with that, let's just switch over to my screen share. Let's see how to pull down the data and get started with actually building some code and displaying some data. Hop over with me to the Visual Studios. Okay, so let's get this party started. I first want to show you the GitHub repository, which is really at the heart of this whole workshop. See how things are set up, where you can find things whenever you get stuck, what to do then. And from there, we're going to pull down that code into Visual Studio. And I'm going to show you a little bit again about like, hey, how is the project set up there? Where you can find things there and what is like Blazor, what's .NET MAUI, just to have a really good understanding of what all is going on there. And from there, we'll go straight to implementing our first features with displaying the data for our first part and finishing that and be on our way to build the very first Blazor hybrid application. So let's just hop over to my screen share here. And if you go to aka.ms/blazor-hybrid-workshop, you will end up here at this repository with all these folders that I'm going to show you right now. But before we do that, click here on this .NET presentations, which is like the GitHub organization, a level up from this repository, and you can see we have all this cool stuff here. So that .NET MAUI workshop that I've already mentioned, this builds the Monkey Finder application, but with .NET MAUI, I have a full course also on this YouTube channel right here. So go check that out after this one. A Blazor workshop, so a Blazor web app workshop, definitely cool too. And very cool hip and happening stuff. .NET Aspire, super, super cool. So go check that out too. Hours and hours of content right here. Self-paced learning, so you can pick it up whenever you want, if you want. Super cool stuff available for free to you to learn all this .NET stuff. So back to our repository, you can see a bunch of folders, and basically all the folders, most of the folders will have readmes in there that will describe what that folder does and what to do. And for this one in the root, you can see some generic information about what we're going to do, the setup guide for whenever you're using Visual Studio or Visual Studio Code. This is where I mentioned this links to like the documentation, how to get your machine set up for deployment to the different platforms and actually building a Blazor hybrid application. So all good information, but you've got that nailed down by now. The agenda for all the parts and more links and resources down here at the bottom. Then we have part 0, which kind of like like I've integrated all this part 0 information throughout this whole video, one way or another. So this is all background information about like, hey, .NET MAUI, which is at the core of a Blazor hybrid application. And then if we scroll down a little bit, we have like, hey, what is Blazor, which is the other part of a Blazor hybrid application, right? So a little bit of background information, what you should know about these solutions and how it all works together. And then the workshop project structure, which I'm actually talking about right now. Then for all the parts from 1 through 6 have its own set of source files. So here you can see like the Monkey Finder hybrid and a solution file and a README. And that set of source files, the projects, will be like the next step. So kind of like the starting point for this project will be the end state of the previous part, right? So there's no previous part here. So this will be a very empty template, very similar to the file new Blazor hybrid template. But whenever we get to part 2, then kind of like everything we implemented in part 1 will be the starting point for part 2. So whenever you kind of like get stuck and you're like, Gerald, that's not really clear how you explain it, I'm not sure what you mean, you can just peek in the next part, go into this folder and see all the files here and be like, oh, that's what he means. Okay, that's no cheating. You're here to learn. There's no cheating when learning. So just go in there and pick out whatever you need. And there's this one finish folder that has like the whole solution, build out the end state for the whole application. So whenever you really can't figure it out, go check out there. I'm going to start from like part 1 and then build out all the things from there. So I'm not going to reopen all the new things. That means that I will also have to sometimes install NuGet packages and that kind of stuff. If you just want to go through each step and open the solution for each one, that's totally fine too, totally up to you. You can navigate this however you want. Okay, so with that, I think it's time to pull down the code. So we can do that with our green button right here. And you can just click that. You can use the method that you prefer, right? Just to pull it down. You can download it as a zip if that's what you want, because you don't really need the Git history probably. But if you want to keep updating it from when I update it, then you probably want to clone this Git repository and just pull it all the time. You can do it with GitHub Desktop. I love that product. Open with Visual Studio. But what I'm going to do is just copy this URL right here, open Visual Studio 2022 that I've got installed here, and then you can just do clone a repository. So I've got that option, put in the URL right here, and it's going to clone it to a local folder of my choosing. Let me just click clone right here, and it's going to do that. Now you might notice Visual Studio looks a little bit exploded. That's not a new feature of the latest Visual Studio preview, but I've just done that to pump up the fonts a little bit so you can really see it good on your screen as well. So if it looks a little bit funny here and there, that's why it should probably look all fine on your end. So let me get this Git changes out of the way and open the Solution Explorer here, where it has loaded like the folder view, right? So you can see all the solutions that are now inside of this folder, inside of this Git repository, and you can see all the solutions that I just mentioned, right? For each part, there is this solution. So let me just open the one for the first part, because that's what we will be working on. And there I will start explaining all the parts that are inside of this project that make up a Blazor hybrid application. So first we have the solution items with the README, right? So you have the README here for a quick reference as well. We'll be going through all of this. I'll be showing that in the video in a little bit. But first, let's talk about what is all in the project here. So we have this project. This is the project, and this www root and the components, that's basically your Blazor part of the application. That's if you want to build a full Blazor hybrid application, which is basically what we're going to do, then we are going to spend most of our time there. Everything outside of it, well, most of it outside of it, apart from like the things that I've already set up here, is .NET MAUI, right? So we have this main page.xaml and the MAUI program, and then the resources and the platforms. So that's all .NET MAUI. I'll go into that in a second. And then we have like MAUI pages, model, services. That's not part of the default template in Visual Studio whenever you create a new Blazor hybrid application. That's stuff that I added for scaffolding so that you don't have to kind of like go through all of that. I will just, have those files in there for you, and you just need to add the body or expand on that method or whatever we're going to implement, right? So if you were going to start a new out-of-the-box template, then you won't have a couple of these things. That's just here to make your life a little bit easier. Then, kind of like how, I think the best way to explain this is kind of like go through the life cycle of the application. So here we have this MAUI program, which is really the entry point for a MAUI application, right? So we talked about the app builder pattern already. So we have all this, and this is like the exact code that I just showed you. We need to set up like the add Maui Blazor web view here. We enable the web developer tools, the add debugging, and then we return like this builder build, and we have our Maui app, right? So that's kind of like bootstraps our whole thing. And we specify here use Maui app, so we can actually go to the app, which is the app.xaml, and here we can go to the app.xaml.cs, and we have like, hey, this creates the first page, the first window for our application, because you can create multi-window applications if that's what you want. We're going to just create a single window application mostly. There will be a couple of assumptions because of that further down in the code, but I'll mention that whenever we get to it. And here is, hey, we're going to create this window and we're going to set our page to the main page for this window. And that main page is then the thing that you will see here, which is the main page.xaml. And in this main page.xaml, this is .NET MAUI stuff, right? If you're going to use .NET MAUI, you're probably going to use XAML to compose your UI, to create your UIs. And that, some people like it, some people hate it. But, we have to have start somewhere, because Blazor Hybrid is built on top of .NET MAUI. So here we have a .NET MAUI page, and the only thing you need to know about it is that it's like, hey, this is the Blazor web view that we put on it. And from there, we bootstrap Blazor, and you don't need to worry about .NET MAUI ever again, right? Or at least XAML. So we're just going to add this Blazor web view here, and this has a couple of things. That host page, right, which is in the www root index.html. I'll go to that in a second. And then here we have the root component. So this root component has the selector of the app. So that's that div, the app, where we're going to actually implement, inject our Razor pages, right? So we're going to do that there. And then the component type, which is that routes.razor, which actually determines the routes of the pages that we can go to. So let's start by going to that index.html. Let's check that out. Here in the www root folder, we have a little bit of CSS, right? So CSS is there, our static resources. We can put the images in there, because that's all the stuff that it can find inside of our Blazor web application. It's kind of like a web application inside of our .NET MAUI application, but beware, it's still a .NET application, right? It's not being like, there's not a server running, a web server running or anything. It is really a .NET application running directly on the device, because that's what Blazor can do. No WebAssembly, no Blazor server, nothing of that. The only thing kind of like web about it is that we're now using HTML and CSS through this Blazor web view. So let's go to that index.html, and you can see just default index.html website. And here we have that div with the app, right? So this app refers here back to the main page, to this app selector, right? So it knows to inject the application there. This should be enough. If you want to customize that, I don't think you typically need to do that, but you can do that if that's what you want. But it will inject it here, and you can see that loading. If you look quick enough, you will see that little loading message pop up for a second there. And whenever we actually pump the Blazor application in there, that will disappear, and we will see the actual Blazor content in there. So that's all there, and then some stuff just to bootstrap it. You don't need to touch that. Of course, like SEO, so search engine optimization, not needed for your client app, right? We don't need any of that, so we don't need to worry about like the head, the keywords and that kind of stuff. Title, it's nice, but it doesn't really do anything. Kind of like the most important thing that we have here is like all the style sheets, right? Because we need to reference those to actually make the styling work here. Now back to our main page, so we got that set up, it knows where to put it. Then what it's going to put there is the component type, which is the components.routes. Now that's the thing here. We go into the components folder. That's basically where all the Razor components are, right? Everything in Blazor is a component, so all the stuff is here. And we have some controls that we're going to build out. The layouts, like we wrap everything in a layout, so we don't have to repeat like some common elements in the layout over and over and over again. So we have this main layout where we're going to say, hey, we have this page, we have this main, we have this article, and this is where we're going to render our body text, right? So this is where we're going to render the body context of our Razor page. But what I'm looking for is this routes.razor, which is in the root of the components here. And this is this specialized Blazor component, right? It is the router. So we have this app assembly, which points to type of MAUI program. And we've just seen that one, right? So it points to the MAUI program type, and then the dot assembly. So it uses reflection to kind of like determine the assembly that we're running on. You can include multiple if that's what you want, but that's like super advanced. Don't worry about that. And it's going to scan for all the pages in here. So in here we have these components pages, and we have these pages, which I'll get to in a minute, and you can see like, hey, this is add page / so this is like our root page, and then we have add page options, which is at the /options endpoint. So it's going to determine all these routes and do a couple of bootstrapping things more. And so it knows which pages we can reach here. And then whenever we do a found, so whenever you actually go to one of these endpoints, it will invoke this found thing here, and it will know, hey, this route view I have here with the route data, right? Like the data that we have associated with this. I'm going to wrap this in this default layout, right? That's the thing that we've just seen. It's going to wrap that layout, and then it's going to inject the Razor page that we're navigating to inside of that body tag right there, and we have all the things set up. So that's kind of like how this is all bootstrapped, how that all works together. And from there, we're in Blazor land, right? So we can just do this details page, this home page, this all these things, and write everything in Razor syntax, in Blazor syntax, and do everything that way. Cool. So I already mentioned like, hey, the resources, right? So we have the resources here for our .NET MAUI application, which is really cool. They're kind of like hard to reach whenever you use a Blazor application. So while this is useful for some things like the app icon and the splash screen, definitely use it for that. But otherwise, if you want to reference an image from inside your Blazor hybrid application, you probably want to put it in your www route and not inside of the images here, because that is kind of like harder to work with. We have one thing here, which is the monkey data.json. We'll get to that in a little bit. Whenever you don't have an internet connection, you can use that file to kind of like locally pulled out a monkey data to actually still just use it, but otherwise just use the www route. Now, if we quickly look into that CSproj file right here, you can see those target frameworks, right? So we have, it looks a little bit more complicated than in the slides. We have this .NET 8 for Android, iOS, Mac Catalyst. These are all the target frameworks that we can do, but Windows can only build on Windows. So we have this condition, like if we're running on Windows, only then we're adding this Windows target framework as well. Have all these other things, but these are the important things. That a display name, I already mentioned, that's the name that's going to show up on your home screen, and we automatically plug that into all the platform specific stuff. The app identifier, same thing. We have some things that have to do with versions, and then we also have like super easy stuff to do the MAUI icon, right? So this allows you to generate a icon on that same home screen. You can just specify like, hey, I want to use this for the app icon, preferably in SVG, so we can scale it to all the kind of like different variations that we need. We have this foreground file, that's probably the icon, and then you can say, hey, the color, the background color that we need to put it on, and boom, we generate this nice looking MAUI icon, app icon for you. Same thing for the splash screen. If you want to do something super custom, you totally can, but this helps you create something easy, basic for getting started with your application. And then these images and things, you don't really need to worry about all of these. And of course, we have a couple of NuGet reference here. So we have like the MAUI stuff in here that we need. We have the Blazor web view right here, and we have something for logging going on. So that's all that is here. Then the last thing is like, hey, inside of this platforms folder right here, we have that Android, iOS, Mac Catalyst, Windows. So for instance, if you set that application title, what we're going to do for Android is go over to this Android manifest right here, and we're going to put it in the right place. You can see here the application name here is empty because we generate that for you. We put it in this place so that the Android ecosystem, the Android operating system knows, oh, hey, this is in the right place. This is a metadata, I understand, but we do all the hard work for you at compile time. Also for all the rest of the things, but there's also some things that we don't do, like the permissions. So if you want to really use permissions on Android or iOS or whatever, you can go in here and enable them here as well. For this, actually good to mention right now, for this project, we use a couple of permissions, not like super complex stuff. But we already enabled them for you, and this is the place where to find them. So if you're like, oh, this might be using permissions, I want to check out how that all fits together, go into these files and you can see kind of like how that works. For Android, it's the Android manifest. For iOS and Mac Catalyst, it's this info plist thing, so you can go into there as well and inspect all the things. And then for Windows, you can go in here and it's this package app.x manifest. You can also inspect the source. It's all just some flavor of XML, so you can just right click, open with, and you can do the XML text editor, and you can do all the advanced stuff here as well and see what's in there. Not everything is in the graphical editor right here. Okay, so and if we would to deploy this right now, so let me just here deploy this to Windows, and you can also check all the other things, right? So if you, because it's all cross-platform, so if I just do this to Windows, I can just click Windows and it will run right now, but you should also have the Android emulator set up by now, so you can see that here. And if I just click that one, it will start running on my Android emulator. And if you have all the things set up for iOS, it will show up here as well. If you have connected that to your Mac or plugged in your physical iOS device, you can select that here and deploy to that as well. So if I do this on Windows and just click this on Windows, it will now do all these bits. It will compile all these things, put that inside of a .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid application, and it will deploy that here to Windows. It might be, if you're doing this for the first time, it's all part of kind of like that getting started documentation that I mentioned. It might ask you to enable developer mode on Windows. It will prompt you automatically for that and guide you through the steps for it. For Android, you have to do something manually on the device, but that will all be documented and all super easy. If you do the Android emulator, you don't need to do any of that. That will be automatically there, and you can just deploy it from straight here. You can see super empty application, so let's go change that. But this is how you can deploy your Blazor hybrid application, and this is what we will be seeing a lot of the time. So let me just stop this right now. I already set up a couple of other things, as I mentioned, notably like here the model with the monkey. And this is going to be our representation of the monkey, right? This is a monkey class with a name and an image and that kind of stuff. But there's nothing in here yet. So let's change that. Let's go back to our browser for a little bit because James, our good friend James Montemagno, has some cool sample data for monkeys. So if you go to montemagno.com/monkeys.json, you will get this cool JSON files with all kinds of monkeys. It has a couple of in here, a couple, maybe 10 or something, with some sample data that you can use for these purposes inside of a sample application. Now, what's really cool, if you copy all of this, so I do Control-A, Control-C, and you go to a website like JSON to C#, there's multiple sites that can do this, csharp.com. We can go there and we can paste this whole JSON just here on the left, and you can say convert, and it will convert it into a class that can be used inside of your C# application. So now I got all my work done. I don't need to type all these things. I can just copy this mostly, and I will have all my things ready for the monkey model. So let's just close this one right here, go back to my Visual Studio, paste that here in my monkey class, and boom, we got everything. Now, of course, it said like some other, it doesn't know what to name it, right, from that JSON to C# website. So you have to make sure that it is named all right. And here we have all the other things. Now, nullability is enabled for this project. So to make sure that the compiler is not going to complain about like, oh, this can be null, etc., we want to make sure that the strings are initialized with some kind of value. So let's just add string.empty here for the properties that are strings. And you can see we have a name, a location, the details, some image, which is going to be a URL, the population, and a latitude and longitude, so where they are in the world. All right, cool. So we got that in place. We've got something that we can put our monkey data in. Now let's actually see how we're going to use this. But before we do that, of course, like this is going to use JSON, and we now have like system.text.json, which is super performant, super cool, now built into .NET. And to make it even more performant, I'm going to paste in a little bit of code right here, which just makes it a little bit more easy and it's a little bit more advanced, so don't worry about it. We're going to say like, hey, JSON serializable of list monkey, and we're going to use this monkey context. Now this is just a little thingy that will make the deserialization of the monkey data more performant so that it doesn't have to use reflection to kind of like do all these things. We're just going to tell it like, hey, this is going to be a monkey, use this context. So just have this in there basically, and your app will gain a little bit of performance right here with this JSON serializer context. Don't worry about it too much. Just assume that it's there, and it will help you make your app a little bit more performant. Now, if we want to actually display the data, we can go over back to our main page here, which is called components, pages, home.razor, right? So this is going to be our first page of our Blazor application. We've already seen it because we saw this little string right there without any markup. And this is going to demonstrate how to display our data. Now, let's just add a little code here that has a couple of hard-coded monkeys just to see what it all looks like. So here in this code block, right, this is a typical Razor page. So we have this add page directive where we can say like, hey, if we navigate to slash, this is the page that you're going to end up with. And if you go to /options, we're going to go to the options page, right? So you can determine your own routes like this. And you can even work with like data. So you can even add like, hey, if I want to go to /page, so now I navigate to /page, but I can also do /name. And now I can have this parameter of name that I can kind of like capture here. So I can do string name, and I can capture the value of that actual value right there and work with that on this page. So that's other stuff that you can do. We're not really going to use that in this sample, but I just want you to know that this is out there that you can use. So let's create a couple of monkeys right here. So we're going to do private list monkey, right? We just created that monkey right now of monkeys is new. So we're creating this new instance list of our monkeys. And we can do this in this add code block, another Blazor Razor directive add. So whenever you see the add sign, basically, you know we're making the connection to C#. And in this add code block, we can just write C# code. And here, above it, we can just mix HTML, CSS to make up all the markup. We'll do that in a little bit. Let's focus on the code first. And whenever we do that, let's come up with a couple of monkeys. Oh, you can see AI is helping me already. So I can do this, or I can just, get some sample data from the actual JSON that we've been seeing. But I do want to do this protected, if I can type, override void on initialized, which is something that is built into Blazor, which is a lifecycle event. So whenever something is initialized, this is going to trigger. Well, not something is initialized. Whenever this page is going to be initialized, it's going to trigger this event and we can do things. So let's actually put some hard-coded monkeys in here. I'm going to copy that here from off screen for a little bit, just so you don't have to watch me type this whole lot of code right here. So we have these monkeys, new monkey name, baboon image with like a URL right here, and then a location, right? So we have this location too, and then we add 3. Just so something to show, because in a little bit we're going to pull that down from the JSON file that I've just shown you from that remote web server, so that we also know how to actually query external services from the internet to pull this information in. Now, what you can do then is kind of like pour this in a little bit of HTML and CSS, right? In this case, just HTML to actually show this data. So let's do this diff right here. And what we're going to do then is do a little table. Right, everything shows nicer in a table. I'm not the best web developer, so maybe this doesn't really, work the best here for tables and that kind of thing. I think you need to do diffs and whatnot. We'll improve on the design in a little bit. For now, we're just going to do this little table right here. And actually, this looks pretty much what I want to do here, I think. So let me just accept this suggestion and walk you through it. So here we have a table head, right? So we have this header column with a row that specifies a name and a location. And then for this body, we can see this for each. So we iterate through the monkeys right here, which is super cool. And we're going to print out a row with a cell and then the image and then the monkey name and the monkey location, right? So we're just going to build up this table through HTML with a little Razor syntax in here with C# code in here that we can just mix in here to actually loop through the data right here. So we can do this add, again, there it is, the add sign to do add for each, and then var monkey in monkeys. So in our monkeys collection right here, and we're going to print out all these things. And then we can just reference to add, again, add sign, I can say it enough, to our monkey, and we will even get IntelliSense. We'll get like, hey, image, name, latitude, all the properties that we've just implemented for the monkey. So we got all that. So we can mix all these things here with the name and the location. Now, okay, actually, let me just run the app right here, and you can see it deploy on Windows. I'll switch to Android in a little bit because I promised to show you on Android so you can see what it looks like on Android while you can focus on Windows. But now we can just see the same application come up, but instead of a blank page, we should see a table with our 3 monkeys in there with a super horrible, minimalistic design. I'm all about minimalistic designs. And you can see that this actually works, right? We're able to show data right here on the screen. So we got our first steps in a Blazor hybrid application. Now let me just close this one, and before we're actually going to improve on this design, let me switch to Android really quickly and kind of like start that, because like I said, like the fastest development cycle is whenever you do it on Windows in my case, because this Android emulator needs to start, needs to deploy, needs to do all kinds of things. So I'll just let that run in the background and we'll see in a little bit how it looks like on Android. Spoiler alert, it's the exact same, but with a little different form factor, right? Because we have a little bit less screen estate, so it will look a little bit less. Now it doesn't really matter, but whenever we get to more fancier design, we need to make sure that it's responsive to, but the Blazor templates have Bootstrap in there. So that will make it responsive kind of like out of the box. Now, let's go back to our code right here. And what we can do now is create our monkey service, which we're going to do next. And with our monkey service, we're actually going to get the data from that internet service, our JSON file that's hosted somewhere else, and we will deserialize the monkeys and actually have this dynamic data that we will show in our application. Now to do that, we're going to go to our services folder in the solution. So go over to your solution explorer, find the services folder right here, and then go into the services monkey service.cs. Here again, scaffolding file, nothing in it, but we're going to fill this throughout the workshop, and we're actually going to start right now. So what we're going to do in the service is actually retrieve the monkeys, and then we can use that inside of our application. So let's start with a private list of monkey, right? And we name that the monkeys list. There we go. And actually, let's make that a new one so that we don't get in trouble with like nulls and that kind of stuff. And of course, the other thing we want to have is the public async. I know already that we're going to do some await stuff here so that we don't block the UI thread, and we want to return a task of list monkey, and I'm just going to call that get monkeys, right? And our body for this is going to be like super simple, return monkeys list. Okay, boom, done. We've implemented our service. We can go home. Well, except for the fact that it doesn't actually get the data, right? So we're not there yet. So what we actually want to do is, of course, use the HTTP client to go out to the external service, get those monkeys from that JSON file that I just showed you on montemagno.com, and use that, which kind of like mimics like an external service where you get your data, right? And we will get that, and we can use that inside of our application. Okay. Park that thought for a minute. My Android emulator came up, and you can see that this shows the exact same thing that it did on Windows, but a little bit different. The same minimalistic design, a simple table which shows our hard-coded monkey. So my Android emulator is now ready to go, and I can deploy to that from now on. Perfect. So back to our monkey service, and let's use that HTTP client. So let's do private read-only HTTP client, because I know I'm only going to assign it in the constructor. So I like to make those things read-only so that I don't accidentally override it. So yes, you've guessed it, then also add that constructor monkey service like this, and I'm just going to create a new one here. HTTP client, no, HTTP client is new HTTP client. Okay, perfect. So this is a very simple app with just a couple of requests, actually just one. So I'm just gonna new up a HTTP client here. You can use HTTP client factories and all that kind of advanced stuff. I'm not going to show that and get into that here. I'm just gonna use this HTTP client for this. Okay. Further with the get monkeys implementation, I'm going to implement some caching too, some very smart, sophisticated caching. If monkeys list dot count is more than 0, I'm going to return the monkeys list. There we go. Caching done. Again, very simple example. If we already requested the data once, our count is going to be more than 0. I'm going to return that list. Otherwise, I'm of course going to do the request to actually get the data. In a more real life scenario, you probably want to see a timestamp if the data might be outdated, yes or no, or you want to have some way to force kind of like refreshing the data. But for now, this is just a very simple caching mechanism. Then I actually want to retrieve the data if we don't have anything. So I'm going to declare this variable response, and this AI suggestion actually looks pretty much like what I want to do. So let's just accept this suggestion. Await HTTP client get async. So this is going to do a get request to that montemagno.com monkeys.json, and then it's going to get me the contents, hopefully. So let's check that. If response.is success status code, then we get back an HTTP 200, so everything went okay, and we should have our data in the response right here. And let's do then var monkeys result, right? We get the results back is await response dot content, and this kind of like read async, read as string async is kind of like the old way to do things. It would read the whole JSON string and then you're going to deserialize it. Now with the new system.text.json built into .NET, we can do read from JSON async, and we can use that monkey context thing that I just declared in that monkey model. I'll show you that in a little bit, which is like monkey context dot default dot list monkey. Okay, so a little bit of magic here. If we go back to my monkey model here in the solution, then you can see like, hey, this was the thing that we implemented and I told you not to ask about, right? This generates a little bit of some classes and some properties that you can use to make this serialization better. So don't go too deep into it unless you're interested. Go read up on it, but just know that this is here. This works. Do what I do and profit from the more performance that you get, right? So just do that, and then we can check if monkey's result is not null. Then we're going to say my monkeys list is monkey's result. Well, not the monkeys, just monkey's result. There we go. And now this list has the monkey's result, gets it from the external service, assigns it to our list. If we do the request again, it's going to see, hey, we have a count already. It's just going to return the list directly, and we have a whole service in place. Okay, so now we are going to use the service to actually get our data. And I'm going to use dependency injection. I love dependency injection. And as we've learned, we can just do that in the ASP.NET way. So let's go over back to our MAUI program. And here it doesn't really matter where you do it, except for it has to be like after this builder right here. So this, where it's right here, let's just do builder.services.add singleton. I'm going to add this as a singleton. This service doesn't have any state, right? It just does HTTP requests, so that's fine. If you are using view models or that kind of stuff that hold a little bit of state, then you probably want to do add transient, which, only lives as long as needed. And that, if you do that, then it doesn't cause any weird side effects or that kind of stuff. But this can live as a singleton. And I'm just going to register this concrete type. You can do interfaces if that's what you want, if you want to mock things or test things or that kind of stuff. But you can also just register this concrete implementation and it will still be dependency injection. Okay, you don't need to have interfaces if you don't need them. Okay, register. And what's a really cool thing is that technically this lives on the .NET MAUI side of things, right? But I can just as easily inject this in a Razor page without any extra effort. So let's go into our home.razor, scroll all the way to the top here, and under my add page directive, I'm going to say inject monkey service monkey surface. Now I'm always confused because this is a little bit of weird code, what the casing should be here, but I use the lowercase. If you want to do something else, you can totally do that. So we have this monkey surface. Now we're going to scroll back down to our code block right here, and I'm going to actually make this nullable. I'll get to that, why I'm doing that in a second. And I'm going to not override this onInitialized, but we also have an onInitialized async, because now I need to use this async thing because we've just seen that the get monkeys is an async call, right? So I'm going to remove this hard-coded data, and I'm going to do protected override. It already knows what I want to do. Async task onInitialized async monkeys is await monkey service get monkeys. This actually should be enough to make our monkey show up. So let's see if I can really quickly deploy this to Android. I'm just going to click the deploy button here. It should come up and it should show the same minimalistic design because we haven't changed that. But now with the dynamic monkey, so we should have more coming from the internet showing on our screen right now. And we've basically implemented the first displaying of data inside of our Blazor hybrid application. That is how easy it was. And actually we have an unhandled error occurred. Okay, that's interesting. So let's see what that's all about. And that's actually an interesting thing. This allows me, this was definitely not scripted, but this allows me to show you a little bit of debugging here, because if you see this little gold bar here, this means that something happened in kind of like the Blazor side of the world, and you don't see any exception here going on in your Visual Studio, right? So that's kind of like interesting. What do I do now? Well, this is still a web view, and whenever you do like Android or Windows, you can go into Edge or Chrome if that's what you're using, any Chromium-based browser, and you can inspect the developer tools from there. That's actually like our MAUI program right here, right? If debug, we enable those web developer tools. If you're on iOS and Mac, you have to use Safari, right? So you have to use the Safari developer tools. But now I can just go into my Edge right here, do a new page, and I can do Edge inspect. And whenever I do that, you should see like the devices that are near me and my network should pop up, including the Android emulator that we see here. So it might take a little minute. There we go. So you can see like this is the name of my emulator, com.company name, Monkey Finder Hybrid, blah, blah, blah. And I can say inspect. And you will just get the regular dev tools that you would get for the web, because we just have this web view right here, right? And you can reload it, and you can do all the things, and you can look into the console. So what is going on here? Object reference not set to an interface thing. yada, 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 home.razor line 13. Okay, that's interesting. So I think my monkeys, oh, that's, I forgot a step. I see. So here we go. I'm getting to this. Stop running for a second because I need to fix something. Home.razor and line 13, which is kind of interesting. Line 13. Oh, line 13 for each monkey in monkeys. Okay. And monkeys is nothing. So I probably need to do, before we do anything, set monkeys to a new list of monkey, right? So just initialize it. I think it gets in trouble so that it doesn't get it yet. So maybe we can still kind of like leave this in place. Maybe I was a little bit too eager here. Do this and let's just do is new right here because I'm going to show you. I'll get back to this in a second why I want to do it like this. But let's try this again. This gave me a little pro tip right here to show you the debugging tools. That was, of course, exactly on purpose what I wanted to do here. But now if the application comes up, hopefully our bug is solved and we should see our list with monkeys actually coming up here. Let's see if this goes better. Yes, there we go. Here it actually gets the monkeys, right? So you can see now a list of 10-ish monkeys that are retrieved from the internet. Yes. Okay, our app is almost done. So we got this, and what I actually wanted to show, so let's improve our design a little bit right here. I already mentioned that Bootstrap is being used by default in the Blazor templates. Actually, that very empty page is not the default Blazor template. We removed some things from that, but if you do like a new Blazor hybrid application, new project, then you will see the same whenever you do a Blazor web project with the purple bars and all that kind of stuff with a couple of pages to help you get started. So let's improve our design here a little bit, and to do that, we're going to leverage actually Bootstrap in there. So let's do that. And what I want to do is actually let's remove this whole thing right here. And I'm not going to type all this HTML. But what I want to do is do this @sign. If monkeys is null, I'm just going to show a little loader thing. And then, whoops, the AI was trying to be too helpful. And else, I'm going to print out the actual monkeys, right? So I'm going to do that. But here, what I'm going to do is say p em, make it show up a little bit nice or something like that. Loading, right? And what's really cool about Blazor is that like as long as monkeys is null, it's going to show this, right? It will evaluate like, oh, monkeys is null, I'm going to show you this. And you don't have to do anything, just assign it and it will automatically re-evaluate this and go into the else kind of like thing here, the else statement, and then print out the actual monkeys right here. So you don't need to do anything. It will do that automatically. Little trick, if you will, to actually show a little loading indicator here. You can do another design right here if that's what you want. If you want to really make it show up, you can do task.delay, right? You have a little delay in here so that it doesn't just fly by. You can inspect the actual result here, but this is how you can implement kind of like a loading indicator right here. Now, to make this a little bit nicer, I'm going to copy a little bit from off screen right here from the README on the repository so you can find it there as well. To make it look a little bit nicer, I can just leverage like classes that are available in Bootstrap, right? So I can just use this unordered list with a class of cart list, which gives me a little bit of design coming from Bootstrap. And then I'm going to iterate over the monkeys again with this cart item, cart image. It's going to show the image, the name, and the location. And now if I deploy it, if I run it again on Android, it's going to show actually a little bit nicer than it did before. And we have this beautiful first design for showing our monkeys implemented in our Monkey Finder application. Here we are, it's coming up, and you could see the little loading indicator, right? And you can see it looks much nicer than the little table that we had going on right now. So this kind of like concludes the first part where we actually implement displaying the data in our Monkey Finder application. Awesome job! You've already implemented the first functionality of our Monkey Finder hybrid Blazor hybrid application. Really well done. Good job. We've seen the project structure, how that all fits together, how a Blazor kind of like page is made up from like Razor syntax, the @signs. We've created a service that actually gets data from an external service on the internet, which is really cool. Use dependency injection to then use that in our user interface and get actual data to show that to our users. So that was a lot to take in. Feel free to take a moment to be proud of yourself. Take a little break, pause the video maybe while you're down there, click that like button if you've liked it so far, and then we'll dive straight into part 2. So whenever you're ready, follow me into part 2. Okay, what are we going to learn next? we're going to add a monkey now to our list. We're going to learn how to create a monkey, create new data, add that to our UI in the list, but also how to implement that in our service, how to actually add it to the list there. We're not going to actually send it to an external service. That's probably something that you would do in a more real world application, right? But we just have that static JSON data. But, inside of our app, you will learn how to add that new monkey. And we're going to do that by leveraging third-party components. I've already talked about that. Components are a big thing, not just in Blazor. It definitely is super easy to do there, but in any application, right? Libraries, plugins are just work that you could have done, but now it will save you a lot of time because someone else already did it, whether that's paid controls or maybe a open source free project out there that you definitely should consider sponsoring if you have a lot of value from that. But we'll learn how to use that in our application as well. Now, how to do that, we need to learn about event handling, right? We're going to have to add a button to actually spawn that little dialog and capture the data for our new monkey. And we've already learned with that little @ sign, we can make the connection between Blazor and C# and .NET, right? So you can see here a plain HTML button object tag, but you can also see that @ sign in there, add on click. And all the HTML events that are in there that you would typically wire up to some JavaScript code are now suddenly enabled also for C# code. So whenever you put an @ sign for it, I think the names are exactly the same. On click, on blur, all those things, I don't even know, on focus maybe, all those events are there, and you put an @ sign in front of it, and then suddenly inside of the value you can reference a C# method instead of a JavaScript method, and you can suddenly keep writing C# code. So that's amazing. So you can see that happening here. We have this add on click, add monkey, and that refers to our add monkey method. Now you can see in a little comment there, the event args are optional, right? Typically, what you're used to with C# and .NET, you will have to make that signature right the correct way. So you would have event args in here. They probably differ a little bit depending on the event that you're using, but you can just leave them out here if you're not going to use them, right? So you can just do add monkey, don't care about the event args, or if you do want to capture them, just put them in there and you can start using them as well. The implementation here is just a debug write line. We'll do that for the first iteration, but then in this same kind of like part, we're going to actually build it out. But that would be too much to fit on the slide here. So we got that going on. Now, what we're actually going to do to implement this method is use the Fluent UI Blazor components, which is a very cool library maintained by the community. It's open source, and it implements the Fluent UI design by Microsoft, which is super cool. So you can use that. And we're going to use the dialog, so you can see it here in the screenshot. That's what we're going to implement, but it has much more. So you can just go to fluentui-blazor.net. I think that's actually running on Blazor and their components, so that's super cool. But they have a very extensive description of all the controls, all the things in there that you can use inside of your Blazor hybrid application, but also in your Blazor web application. So I'll show you all of that. Now, that gives us a little bit more about data binding too, because we've already seen this actually. Like, hey, we had these values, and again, the @ sign is like super magic. We can just have this field in our code block, in our C# code, and we can just reference that from the little @ sign, mix it in with our HTML, and that will automatically update the values. Now, if you're going to update things from a background thread, it might not update automatically. You have to trigger a little bit of code for Blazor, but typically, if you update the value here in the C# code, it will automatically update also in the UI. We've already also seen that for like the little loading indicator that I did, right? If the collection is null, then it's going to show the loading thing. And then whenever we start populating the collection, it re-evaluates automatically and you will see the monkeys show up there. So that stuff all automatically works out of the box, which is like super easy data binding. There's much more to it. You can do it many more ways, but this is kind of like a very basic example of how the data binding is implemented in Blazor and Blazor Hybrid. Then we have like the component parameters. So we're going to go deeper into that whenever we are going to create our own reusable control near the end. But this is kind of like important to know already because this is how these components are created. Everything is a component already, but if you're going to use these third-party controls and if you're going to create your own controls, then you probably want to have values that you want to set from the outside, right? So here you can see, hey, that same kind of like data binding going on that I've just shown you in the previous slide. But now what we're going to do is add that parameter tag on the monkey name, the the parameter attribute, and now suddenly this is a property that can be set from the outside. And you can see there all the way down at the bottom, we have this my component, monkey name, and you can set the value there that will automatically go into that property with the parameter attribute on it, and that will then automatically be updated in the UI in that paragraph there on the top with our HTML. That's how easy it is to create reusable components, basically. So we can just skip that part, right? No. I'm going to show you anyway. So this is how you can do it. You have to make sure that it's a property, it's public, all that kind of stuff. But this is at the very core how to create component parameters. And that's also what we will see in the third-party components too. So with that, let's go back to aka.ms/blazor-hybrid-workshop. You probably have all the code already, so don't worry about that. It's kind of like up to you if you want to go ahead with the solution and the code that you already had built for the first part. That's what I'm going to do, or go to the folder part 2 and kind of like open that one and the code that you can find in there. Let's go back to the screen share and implement all of this to add our new monkeys to the app. Here we are back in Visual Studio, exactly the way where I left things. We can see the monkeys that we've just implemented, the loading of the monkeys, and they're shown in a beautiful, beautiful list. So let's stop running this for a second, and we're going to implement new stuff here. We're going to implement the button on top with like add new monkey, then the event handler. So let's focus on that first. I'm going to wrap this thing here in a div, right? So that's kind of like that. It shows up nicely so that it lays out nicely. Let's not try to center it because that seems to be impossible according to the internet. I'm going to add a little indentation here so that it looks nicer for the developers too. And I'm going to add a button here. So just a plain HTML button. That's the cool thing. You can just mix all of this, add new monkey, add a little caption to it. And now we've created this button, right? And what's really cool, we've already seen that a couple of times, is that we can mix the Blazor stuff all in between, just with the vanilla HTML. So for this button, what we want to do, we also added some CSS styling for you, so you don't have to worry about that. So to make it show up a little bit nicer, let's just do class is button yellow. See, we already implemented that for you so that you have a little bit of styling. If it's beautiful, yes or no, maybe you think it is, it's yellow, right? So some people will be like, it's hurting my eyes. Sorry about that. But we've implemented a little bit of styling so that hopefully it looks a little bit nicer. But this is still plain HTML CSS. But now we can do add, and then you can see the IntelliSense already helping you. And if I do on, you will see all these events here: on abort, on blur, on cancel, on can play, all these events that are implemented in HTML that you would typically wire up to JavaScript code, right? But now you can see wire it up to C# code because we use that little add sign. So let's do add on click is, and then I can just do add new monkey. Or add monkey, that's what I call it. Doesn't matter. Add monkey, right? So now we have to create a C# event method that will be called add monkey, and it knows how to find it. That's how easy it is. The IntelliSense is not helping me for some reason. It's probably my setup somewhere here. Typically, you would say like, hey, this method doesn't exist, right? So you probably want to generate it, but I'm going to add it manually here. So let's go to our code block down here. And I think it can be private because, you know, this is all living in like the same page, the same class. Void, you see, it also knows what I want to do. Add monkey, except for that it says I want to navigate somewhere. That's not what I want to do. So add monkey, and now this is wired up. Now we can find this method from our HTML button right here, and we basically implemented event handling. So let's just take that to the code that we saw on the slide. So debug.writeLine, add monkey, simple implementation just to see that all of this works. So let me deploy that to my Android emulator. You can deploy it to Windows or whatever platform you want. And what is really cool, of course, this is going to deploy there, is that obviously all the stuff that you're used to in Visual Studio works too. We've already seen the web development debugger tools, but here in Visual Studio, you can do all the things that you're used to as well. You can just set a breakpoint here in this method, and that should be hit whenever we click that actual button. So let's go back to my Android emulator. You can see the add new button here appeared on top of my list, and whenever I click that, it goes to Visual Studio and shows me this breakpoint, right? It's going to show you here. And then let me remove that and then continue running. Nothing is going to happen on our emulator, right? We didn't actually implement something there, but you can see here in the output window, if this doesn't show up here, you can go to view and it will say output. it will bring up this window right here. And you can see it's a little bit small on your screen maybe. Add monkey is right here. So best debugging tool ever, debug right line, I'm now here, right? That's the debugging tool for developers. So that just works. We've implemented it. The event handling works. Super cool. Let me stop running this for a second, because the next thing that we're going to do now is bring in those Fluent UI Blazor components that we're actually going to use to show a dialog and actually capture the data for our new monkey dialog. Now, if you've started to use the code from step 2, part 2, then you don't need to worry about this. You don't need to install the NuGet package. We already did that, but I just want to show you all the things here, also because I'm building on top of like the project that I will keep using. So I need to take a couple of extra steps, but just so to show you also like how that stuff works, right? That is like real world scenario. You're interested in that stuff. I know it. So let's go over to our Solution Explorer, and I'm going to right click on the project and do manage NuGet packages. And then I'm going to search for Microsoft.FluentUI. Fluent UI, you can already see it suggested here to me. Fluent UI, ASP.NET Core, components. They cut a couple of more things, icons, emojis, templates, all this kind of cool stuff. But the components is what I'm after right now. So let me just install that. It probably brings in some dependencies. There is a license attached that you, of course, want to read and agree to. So let's do that. I've already read that ahead of time. And we're going to install that, and that should be good to go on our project. Although we need to do a couple of things to initialize it. That's typically for a couple of libraries, depending on what they do, you need to initialize it a little bit. So let's do that. The first thing I want to do is go over to my index.html. I need to do a little thing there. This is specific to Blazor Hybrid. You can also use these components on Blazor on the web, but for Blazor Hybrid, there is something special. I think there's a little bug or something going on there. We need to add a little bit of initialization there and find this line that initializes the Blazor web view right here. And what you want to add, I'm going to copy that from the README in the repository. You probably want to do that as well, is this little thing. Oh, I duplicated this line here. We don't want to do that. Is script. And then you have to make sure that your app name is the same as your app name here. So in our case, Monkey Finder Hybrid. In your case, it might be something else. But typically, it's the same name of your project, of your solution. That should be the same name. It should be the name of your assembly, right? So that should be the thing. And then source, this is always going to be the same. Content, ASP.NET Core, etc., because it needs to do a little bit of extra initialization. For Blazor Web, this should work out of the box. For Blazor Hybrid, we need to do this little extra thing until we get the root of that bug and get that out of there. This is all in the README on the repository, so don't worry about it. Just add this here. Now, typically, this is what you always need to do. Typically, you need to go to the MAUI program, and we need to kind of like register our services and our things here for that library too. So what we're going to do after our add Blazor web view, we're going to do builder.services.add Fluent UI components. You can see it already is suggested to me by the IntelliSense. If it doesn't do that, just make sure that you type it like this, and it automatically, for me, it doesn't always happen. It added like the using statement, Microsoft Fluent UI ASP.NET Core components, right? So make sure that you have that in there so that it can find this method, and now we should be good to go to actually start implementing the bits. And like I said, it has a lot of components, but we're going to focus on the dialog right here. Okay, so to do that, go over to the Solution Explorer again, and we should have under the components a folder for the controls already, and we call a file called simple customized dialog, right? Just a silly name. You can name it anything with just a placeholder that we're going to fill again. Now again, I'm going to paste a little bit of code here. Well, it's actually a lot of code, but I'll walk you through it line by line, but it's a little bit much to type, so let me just paste that in here and I will show you what it all does. So I'm going to remove all of this and paste in the code block from our README, and you can see here implements iDialog component monkey, right? And this is another like directive. This is basically means like, hey, this component inherits from or implements, because it's an interface, right? So implements this interface. So this would be the exact same as doing, I'm using the monkey service for an example, as doing monkey service here, right? Or absolute layout, it doesn't matter. It implements this thing. That is what that keyword does for Razor. Right, so we need to do that. And whenever you do that, obviously in our code block, we're going to have a couple of extra things, right? I think it's like about this Fluent dialog. I think it inherits that kind of like property in here. So that's what this interface implements. And you can see then this is all brought in from that Fluent UI stuff. the Fluent UI component. So this is all things, all the components that we can use, a dialog header, a Fluent stack, so that probably lays out a couple of things, a Fluent label, just so it's nicely styled with the Fluent design. And then we have this body, which is the most important thing here. Actually, before I go into that, let me remove all the squigglies. They're like very distractive to me because I forgot one important thing. To fix this, I need to do add using Microsoft.ASP.NET Core Components Web. I think it's just components. So I think to fix this, this should go all away. Maybe I need to build it. I'm not sure. But this kind of like using, again, is like a using directive. The same thing, let's use the monkey service again, as doing using here in the top of your C# file. But now you use the @ sign in front of it and then the namespace, you will have the same using statement for your Razor file as well. You can do that, but you can take it even a step further. We're going to use more of these Fluent UI components. That's what I'm missing. There we go. Fluent UI.ASP.NET Core. I think this should work better, hopefully. Still not. Well, we're going to fix it in the next thing. I can take it even a step further. I can make sure that I don't have all these using statements because they can grow, right? That list can grow all of this here in the Razor statement. So let me just remove it here. I can take this into a file that will make it available for all the Razor files in here. So let's go to the Solution Explorer and go to the imports.razor. And here you can see there's a list of using statements already, right? There's all kinds of things that we've put in there for you. But this imports.razor is a very special file. And this will make sure that all these using statements are available for all the folders and subfolders that the imports.razor is in. So this will work for the controls, for the layouts, for the pages. If I create another imports.razor for the pages, I can only include the usings just for the pages. And it will kind of like cascade, it will combine those lists, and those will all work for the pages. So that's like a whole system right there. But what I'm going to do is say add using Microsoft dot Fluent UI, there it is, dot ASP.NET Core dot components. And now this using statement will be available for all the Razor files in that components folder, and it should show up everywhere. And hopefully the squigglies will go away, but I think they won't until I kind of like rebuild it. So we'll see that in a minute. And here in this body, that's what I was talking about. We have these text fields, and I can do this add bind value. Now this also again has to do with that data binding, and you can bind this value so it has like a property value here, and it can bind to it, and it can say like, hey, I want to have this content.name because we have this parameter here. There's the parameter that makes this component very reusable, and it's a monkey. That will be a little bit more of a clearer name, but we've named it content. And now it's going to do content.name, content.location. So now, because we use data binding, if you're going to use it with the attributes like this, you want to prefix it with add bind. Whenever this value changes inside of this text box, it's going to automatically update the content, the monkey.name, and the details, and the location, and the image, etc., etc., etc. So that's how the data binding works. And then if we would do like, hey, if we want to make that show up somewhere, we can do like, you know, the other syntax with like, oh, add content dot name, and we can just do that somewhere here in the HTML, right? So that's the other way around. And then we have a little footer here with like the save button and the cancel button, and that's kind of like right here we have these methods that it will look for like, hey, save the content, which is going to close async, providing the content so that we can capture it somewhere else and we can actually save the monkey data, or just cancel async and it's not going to do anywhere. And this little dialog is a special one. This is inherited from that, you know, implementing the iDialog content component here. Has to do with like, you know, make sure that the dialogues and the Fluent UI components all work here. And this is also a little special thing, the cascading parameter. That means that this will all inherit throughout like the inheritance structure here, so that it's like propagated to child components as well, or like the super components, the parent components. Okay, so we got all that in place. Super, super cool. Let's save this. I think there's a little bit more we need to do in terms of like initialization to make sure that it shows up all right. Because if you want to use these dialogues, then you want to also have to do something with a Fluent dialog provider. So let's go to the Solution Explorer, and I need to go to the layout for that and the main layout. And what I want to do here is add this Fluent dialog provider. Let's just put that here, and that should make sure that the dialog shows up nicely inside of our Razor pages, visual tree, and that kind of stuff. So now, actually, let's wire up this dialog so that we can actually show it and capture our monkey data. So let's go back to our home.razor where we implemented like this event, right, to actually do that. And what we want to do first is add another inject right here. So add inject, and we can say iDialog service, and let's call that dialog service, right? And this is something that got registered by that initialization line of the Fluent component. So in our kind of like, I don't know where it went, in our Maui program, we actually like registered that thing, right? So we registered the add Fluent UI components, and this actually also registered for us this iDialog service from the Fluent UI components that we can now use. Then with that, let's actually use that. So we're going to go to our add monkey method right here, and we're going to actually use that. Let me bring in a little bit of code here because again, it's a little bit much to type maybe. So let me just bring that in here and paste that. So here you can see like, hey, we are capturing this data, right? Because if you remember from the dialog, whenever we would close it, whenever we would save it, we would return a monkey object, right? So we're going to save that here. We're going to capture that here so that we can pass that to our service later to actually save it and show it in our list. And then we're going to actually show the dialog. So we're going to create this dialog variable, do await. So we need to probably change this a little bit here to make this async and task so that it shows up nicely. Dialog service, right? So that's the thing that we've just got injected. Show dialog async, and then of the type simple customized dialog. That's the thing that we've implemented here, right? Our new dialog that we've just created. We're going to pass in that data. So we're going to pass in that reference to the new monkey so that it can put the values in there. And then we can specify a couple of parameters to make, influence a little bit how it looks like. Set our title, add new monkey, prevent dismiss on overlay click, so that if you click outside it, if you tap outside it, it will actually make the dialog go away, and prevent scroll, yes or no, so that it doesn't scroll. I don't know really what that means. And then we're going to capture the result again. So we're going to get the dialog.result. And if the result is not canceled, right? So if the user didn't press cancel and the result data is not null, so our monkey is actually filled, then we're going to set the dialog data to our monkey result.data. And this, we need to cast that because it probably returns a generic object thing, right? Because it doesn't really know what it's going to get, right? Because this dialog can be used for anything, not just monkeys. So we need to still create this dialog data property. So let's just do that right now, and I can make it private because I'm not going to take it anywhere else. So I'm going to say here, AI, thank you so much, monkey dialog data get set, and we can just do that. Let me just create a new one here so that, it's the nullable is also happy about that. And now we basically have everything wired up to show the dialog, capture that monkey, and actually get the data back. So to prove that, I'm not going to save it in the service yet. Let me add a little bit of debug thingy again here first. So let's just do p, and I'm going to use that data binding thing again, name, add dialog data. I can just access that now, dot name, and we will get the name of the monkey that we've just added. And let's do another thing. It's another field just so we know it actually works. Population. We can enter the population too. Is add dialog data dot population. That should work too. So you can see like, hey, whenever I start typing that add sign, I can reference the properties, the fields, and then the properties that go together with that, right? So we have this population and that kind of stuff. Now, with all of this in place, I think we can start run again. Let's see if that actually works. It should deploy to my Android device. You can deploy it to Windows if you want. And we should see whenever we press the button now, it's not going to print that debug line. It's going to show us an actual dialog that we've just implemented. We can enter some data in that in the form field. And whenever we do that, whenever we click save, we should see this little thing, this little line, the name here being populated with the data that we've just entered. And right after we've seen that, we will turn that into providing that to our monkey service to actually save it and update our list so that it is shown in there as well. Okay, so it's deploying to my device right now. Then we should see the splash screen come up any minute. Here we go. Our app is coming up. waiting for the debugger, and we should see our beautiful list again with the monkeys coming in. And then whenever I click the button, I am expecting to see a very fancy, well-designed Fluent UI dialog to capture our new monkeys. So let's just try that. You can see the little debug line here immediately too. Let's click this add new monkey. That triggers our event, right? And you can see add new monkey. So this is everything that we kind of like configured, right? This is here triggering this new monkey, add new monkey. You can see the title right here. Prevent dismiss on overlay, click true. So let's see. Yes, if I click outside of it, see, that's kind of like the thing that they mean. It's not going to be canceled. So we've got that. That works. And now if I do the name, here we go. I can just say, hey, monkey is Gerald. Nice little monkey. Location, the Netherlands. Now image, I don't really have an image ready, so this should be a URL. Population, well, it's just me. And the latitude and longitude is like, also not really useful because I don't have any coordinates handy. So let's just keep it like that. Close the keyboard down here and save it. And then whenever we do, we don't see the new monkey showing up yet. But here you can see the name is Gerald and the population is 1. So you can see this data is actually like captured in the new property that we've added here. And the data is automatically updated without having to do anything whenever new data comes in with our little data binding line right here. Right? So that is pretty cool. Now let's take it, all the way. We're going to provide this data to our service so that we can actually make this list show up again, and we will have our monkey as part of our list and data here as well. Let me quickly reopen this file right here because it's giving me a couple of weird errors. So let's see if that fixes it. So now the next thing that we want to do is go over to our monkey service and add a new method to actually add the monkey. So go to the monkey service back right here, get monkey, and underneath that we're going to add a new method, which is a public list of monkey, right? We're going to return the monkey right back here. Of course, like, if you want a different implementation, it's totally up to you for your own application. But this is a pattern that we're going to use here. Add monkey. And we're going to say monkey, yes. And this is pretty much the code that I want. Thank you, AI, once again. So I'm going to say monkeys list.add. So we're going to add that to our list that we already have here, right? So with the data that comes in from externally. And then I'm going to just return that same list again, but now our new monkey got added. So that's all that. And then back to our home.razor. So let me go back here, and we should not do like, hey, just this, but what we then want to do is also add that to our service. So we are capturing this dialog data. We can now say monkey service. We already got that injected, right? So we already have that one. Monkey service dot add monkey should show up now. Dialog data, we can just put that in there. And we need to re-request the monkeys, right? So we need to do our little monkeys list that we have here. Await monkey service, get monkeys. So we can just retrieve it like that. Of course, I did return the list right as well. So what I could also do is do, hey, monkeys is this directly, right? So we can add it, we get the list back, and we should do it like that too. Again, like depends on your implementation and taste and that kind of things. But you can do it like this as well. And now, when we kind of like run the code, I can remove this little debug line here because it looks a little bit silly. If I run it now again on my Android emulator, what will happen is that we now actually update the list, right? So let me actually just really quickly here off screen go to that JSON data and get one of the URLs from the monkeys right here so that I can actually paste a monkey URL in here too. So let me just capture one here and do all that while this is deploying. And then we should see our interface come up again. External monkeys are coming in. See, the last one here is Mooch in Seattle, which is actually a Xamarin Monkey. So let's click add new monkey. Do that again. Our dialog is still coming up, so that still works. We didn't break anything. Gerald, what did I make it? Nice little monkey. Location, the Netherlands, and then image, I can paste that in here. Hopefully you can see it already has it here in my clipboard. So let's just click that. Population, still just 1. Latitude and longitude doesn't really matter. Okay, save. And now whenever I scroll down, it should have updated this with Gerald, which is a baboon in the Netherlands, right? So we've added our monkey through our service, updated the list without too much effort, and that already concludes part 2. So you've now learned not only to show data, get that external data, but also add new data through third-party components inside of your Monkey Finder Hybrid application. So we went through that part pretty quickly, right? But we still added a ton of value. We pulled in that third party Fluent UI Blazor components, which were really cool. We used the dialog, implemented that to capture our new monkey data, added that monkey data to our monkeys list in the service, and showed that in the list in the UI without too much hassle, because Blazor Hybrid makes that super, super easy to do. Now, the next part is going to be a little bit longer because there's a lot to unpack here. We're going to look at the navigation, already part 3, and with the navigation, we can navigate, of course, between the different Blazor pages, but we're also going to mix in the .NET MAUI pages, so that we can pop a .NET MAUI page on there, and we can also see how to add .NET MAUI controls in there that you can then leverage throughout your application and mix and match the things according to your needs. So we're going to see all of that. But first, let me give you a quick introduction of all the things that we're about to see. So it starts with kind of like the URI navigation with the navigation manager. And this is something that's built into Blazor Hybrid. So you can just do add inject navigation manager, nav manager, whatever the name you want. And then you can start using that and call methods on it. You can say nav manager.navigate to my new page. And that my new page then has to be registered as a root that I've already pointed out to you, right? Add page / my new page, and whenever that matches, it will take you to that page. It will navigate to there for you automatically. So super easy, right? Let's make it a little bit harder. We can also add parameters. So if you do nav manager navigate to my new page / my monkey, and then you extend the root a little bit for the my new page, you can say my new page / and then you do the curly braces with name. You can capture the value that comes after the slash, in this case my monkey, and you can capture that in a C# property. So if you look at kind of like the code block all the way down at the bottom, you will see a public property. That's kind of important, and you need to add the parameter again on there, and it will kind of like capture that name inside of that name property. The name has to match, right? That's how it knows where to put the value for this. The casing can differ a little bit so that you can implement your own coding convention as you like. But this is the way how you can capture that name and use it throughout the rest of your Razor page right here. Of course, you can add multiples, right? You can add multiple slashes with multiple curly braces and put that in there. This is how you can capture those values. We'll see that in a little bit with navigating to a monkey's detail page. That's what we're going to implement as part of this example. Then you can also do navigation with markup. So, you can just declare this nav link, which is not a typical HTML component, but it will render to a piece of HTML. And this will make it easier to kind of like do the things that we've just seen. But whenever you don't want to navigate from code, whenever there's no use for that, you can just say, hey, I want to have that nav link. You can give it a class so that it looks fancy as well and it fits your design, and you can apply some styling to that. And you can just declare that href with the root that it needs to go to. So in this case, the top one is set as like monkey. So that's kind of like our home page, our slash. So the href is kind of like empty. It will bring us back to the home page. And then you will see that match attribute, which has to do with like, hey, it applies styling, a little bit of CSS styling to the option that is kind of like selected. So it knows which option is selected this way. And this kind of like influences the behavior to find that one, because this is kind of like a special link that takes you to the home page. There is another option for match, which is the default. That's why we don't declare it on that nav link below. But for the one that's going to home, you want to add this little match attribute there. Then the other nav link, you can see the href is set to options. So we can go to the options page, which then in that page has to have like add page / options, right? And that will take us there. So no need for add inject blah blah blah. Just do this nav link and it will take you to the right place in Blazor. We'll see all of this in an example in a minute. Okay, then navigating to .NET MAUI pages. Now, there is a couple of things to kind of like take into account here. You can do it in a couple of different ways, and we're going to explore kind of like all of them. One of the easiest ways to do is like use modal navigation. Now, I assume that you have been in the software development space for a little bit longer. Modal navigation typically means like, hey, there is a page, there is a dialog or something that is modal to the whole application. So that's like the topmost view in your application. That is kind of like the easiest way to implement this. You can just create a .NET MAUI page and you say, hey, I want to show this as a modal. It will come on top like the whole application, your Blazor web view, and it will be shown as a modal application, a modal page, and you will have to provide like a close button, a way to close it again, but you can view all kinds of .NET MAUI content on there. Or the other way that you can do it is a little bit nicer, maybe, to wrap your main page, so the main page that was already in the application, inside of a navigation page, because by default, like .NET MAUI pages do not know how to navigate, right? There's multiple ways to do navigation, but if you wrap it in a navigation page, which is a type in .NET MAUI, you can suddenly say, hey, I want to navigate to the next page, and the navigation page has an implementation, a way of knowing like, oh, you want to navigate to this thing? Okay, I will just put that on the stack, and I will provide you automatically with a little back button and a navigation bar to show a title and do a couple of those things that are built in of the operating system to easily navigate back and do all these things, right? So you can do all of that. Those are kind of like the two scenarios that you can do to navigate to .NET MAUI pages. We'll see both of them in a little bit example that will make it a little bit more clear. It doesn't use the navigation manager that we've just seen for Blazor. It is two separate navigation stacks, right? So that makes it a little bit interesting to implement this and work with the both of them. But this uses the navigation APIs in .NET MAUI. You cannot use the navigation manager to navigate to a .NET MAUI page because it doesn't know that .NET MAUI existed, or .NET MAUI is kind of like wrapped around this Blazor web view, right? So that's why that doesn't work. The other kind of like thing to take into account here is the styling. It uses two different styling things as well. So if you're going to implement .NET MAUI pages in your Blazor hybrid applications, you totally can, you totally should if that's what you need, but you need to make sure, of course, that the user experience is great. The user ideally does not know when they're switching to a .NET MAUI page or when they're switching to a Blazor hybrid page. So make sure that the styling is super consistent, all the colors match, that it fits like, hey, how does navigation work? What does it look like? All that kind of stuff to make that user experience really, really rich and get all those 5-star reviews. How that kind of like works, on the left you can see kind of like our .NET MAUI app with the Blazor web view, right? That's what we've been looking at until right now. And then inside of our code block, we can say, hey, I want to use that push modal, right? So this is like the modal navigation that we're showing here. And I'm going to provide that with the MAUI page that we actually want to navigate to. And then the .NET MAUI page comes in over the whole application here as a modal page, and you can do all your things there. And then whenever we say pop modal, it will pop it right off the stack, and you will be back in your Blazor web view and can do all the rest of your things with the data that might or might not be provided from that .NET MAUI page. Does that all make sense so far? So let's head over to part 3. I'm just going to build on top of the project that I've been doing so far. I'm just going to build that one out. You can do the exact same, but if you want to start clean for whatever reason, go into the part 3 folder, open that solution right there. That will have everything from part 2 that we've been building so far, and you can just start fresh with the code that we're going to add here. Let's hop over to Visual Studio. Now let's implement the things that we've just seen in our own Blazor hybrid application. I still have the application running right here. You can see Gerald the Baboon from the Netherlands down there at the bottom of the list on our Android emulator. And this list is that unordered list, right? You can see it here in the background in code. We have this unordered list, and each of the monkey is a list item. Now, how cool would it be if we could select one of these list items and then go to a details page, see more details of the monkeys because we have more details in the JSON file. I can enter more details in the dialog to show that in a details page and navigate to that details page because we're learning about navigation and actually navigate there. And from there, we're actually later on going to also navigate to a .NET MAUI page and do more crazy stuff, but one step at a time. So let's implement that first. Now, let's go over to our code right here. I'm going to stop running the application for a little bit. And then here on our list item, we can also add that on-click item. So do the @, on-click, is, and what we can also do in here, if we want to execute a piece of code, we can just say, hey, I want to do this lambda expression that is supported as well, and I can say go to details, and we can do that, and we can specify this parameter in here. So we can get that monkey from this for each loop and put that in here in the go to details, specify that monkey, and now we can just implement this go to details method to actually do the navigation. So before we do that, let's inject that navigation manager. We've seen that, right? Inject navigation manager, which is a built-in thing from Blazor, so we can just use that. Let's call it nav manager, and we can now use that to invoke methods to actually do the navigation. So back to our go to details method, let's scroll down to our code block here. We already have some code on initialized, get the monkeys, add the monkeys, and now we're going to add a little bit of navigation. So to do that, Let's create a new, actually, this looks pretty good, AI. Thank you so much again. Private void, go to details. Let me just accept this solution. We need to do a little bit of a detail here, but this brings me most of the way there. Private void, go to details. So this is now the method that we've specified here, right? Go to details. Monkey, we're getting that monkey as a parameter right here. Then we call on the nav manager to navigate to the details, which is a page that we have yet to do. And then our monkey ID. Monkey ID would actually be a better thing. You would have to need a unique ID. That's always the best thing to navigate to. But in this case, we only have the name. So we have to make sure the name is kind of like unique. For this sample code, it's all right. For a real world application, you probably want to use an ID of sorts. And you can actually, of course, even specify like the monkey complex object maybe, and not get the details again because we already have them, right? So more on that in a little bit. But like this, we can go actually to this navigation page right here. I'm not sure it matters. I'm removing this little slash right here. I'm not sure if that actually matters, if that will work or not. But I know this definitely works. So, okay, we got all of that. Now let's see if we have a details page already. So let's go to our Solution Explorer and our pages. We also we already have the details page here scaffolded out, right? We have this at page add details. So we got that in place already for you, and we're now going to fill that in for starters to see the navigation working, and then lastly we will see kind of like the implementation of the design here. So we have that details page already. If you don't have it, like if you're, I don't know, this should be in here, but if you want to add new pages and new stuff, of course you can just right click on the folder right here, do add, do razor component. Everything is a component, so you can just add it that way, and you can add a new page like that and fill it in with all the details and start working your way that way. But we've already scaffolded out that for you so that we don't have to show you all the time. Now, actually, before we're going to do this, let's implement the code in our service to actually retrieve the monkey based on the name, so we can actually get the data back here in this details page. So stay tuned. We're going to switch over to the monkey service first to actually implement some functionality there. And let's implement a new method here, which is going to be a public monkey, right? It's going to return this one monkey, and we're going to say find monkey by name, string name. Again, this is just a silly example of showing you how to do things, right? This is not necessarily the most effective thing that you can do because we already have all the data, but this could be a method if you are like the original JSON only gives you the IDs and the name and you have to query for like the rest of the details. This could be a call that you could do. So do find monkey by name, and then we're going to get a monkey is monkey list first or default where name is name. Yeah, that actually looks pretty good. So we're going to use this link method to find the first or default, which is null, for our monkeys based on like, hey, the monkey name, we're going to compare those. Is the name that we're getting here the same as one of the monkeys in this list? If yes, we're going to return that object. So there we go, we have that. And then we're going to check if monkey is null. We're going to throw an exception, right? This is probably maybe also not the best thing to do, and it should never happen, but just to that we have kind of like all these scenarios here for a fully functional app. Throw new exception, monkey not found. 404, monkey not found. That sounds good. But of course, we're going to go to happy path and we're just going to return the monkey whenever it's not null. We're returning this monkey object, and now we can get this monkey by its name, the actual object, through this service. All right, easy enough. We got the service implemented. Now let's go back to our details page. And what we're going to do there, what we've seen is like, hey, we were missing that parameter now, right? We're going to the slash details, which is fine, but we need that name to actually put that in the service and to actually query for our monkey object. So let's do slash, and then we can do name, right? We're going to get that name from our monkey. And we can also get the navigation manager in here. We need that in a little bit later. So let me just do that right here. Navigation manager, nav manager, that's fine. We need that for a little bit later, but for now, let's just put that in here so that we have it already. Okay, so we have this code. Let's actually just, implement a little bit of stuff here so that we have all the things, and let's work out this whole details page so you can see how that all fits together. So let's start with a little bit of markup here. I'm just going to paste that in here. We don't need this placeholder anymore. We have this other div. I can just use the classes here from Bootstrap and all the stuff that we've already implemented for you. Of course, you can implement your own design. We have this back button, right? That's why we need the nav manager here as well. We have to go do this back button so you can navigate back. We were kind of like mimicking our own navigation bar here. We're going to wire that up to this close window method that we have right here. And this is kind of like a funny looking thing. This is a glyph, kind of like an icon from, I don't know, it's probably HTML encoded for kind of like a back arrow that will show up on the button. So we got all that. And then here we have this details title, which will be our monkey name, right? So this will come from the name here, and we're going to show this h1, so that will be like a big title, our monkey.name, because we're going to retrieve that monkey object based on the name, and we can show that here as like the title of our application. Okay, cool. We got all that. First, to make sure that we don't have any errors here, let's wire up this close window again. So we're going to do that. Close window, private void, close window. That matches up with this method right here. And we can call nav manager navigate to slash is the index, right? And we're going to go back to this home right here, which is registered as page slash. So we have that, we have the back button. That's just how it works. Perfect. Let's save that. And then I'm going to bring in a lot of markup here. So we already got this. And let's add the rest of the page right here so that it looks nice and has all the details. And boom, let's do that. So we have this details card image, right? So we're going to show the monkey image again. It's going to show up as a little circled image, looks cool. Then we have the monkey name again. That kind of like looks funny, but you know, just so that you're really clear on the name here. And then we have this body, right? And we're going to implement this later. Show on map. We're also going to show the monkey on a map. I think that's for the next part. Rate this monkey. We'll see a little bit of that in this part. And then we have like a monkey details, a little description, the location, and the population, right? So that's the stuff that we are actually going to show here. So now we have this full page going on. I'll run the application in a little bit so you can find it. But first, we need to actually get our monkey and the details, right? So let's add that next. Let me put in the code for that. So what we want to do is kind of like get that parameter, right? We know that we're using this little parameter here at the top. So let's add a parameter for that. Parameter, there we go. And that needs a public property, exactly. And you can see IntelliSense AI, whatever it is trying to help me again. Public string name get set. That pretty much sounds like what I need. So let's just do that. And then I also need a field to kind of like tip my monkey in, right? So let's make that private monkey, exactly. I can make that a property as well. I'm not sure if that really matters, but you know, a property makes it a little bit easier to work with. And to make sure that this doesn't give me any troubles with like nullability and stuff, let's create a new instance for that. So that's fine too, so that we don't run into any trouble there. Okay, and now what we want to do is actually get our monkey, right? So what can we use to do that? We've already seen it earlier. Whenever this page is launched, what is the lifecycle event that we can use here? Exactly, the onInitialized. And we don't do any async stuff, so that's what we can do here. It does suggest the async one here, but we don't need that. So let me do, I can actually start with override here, and it will show me all the things that I can do. Override on initialized, and let's just take the this one, right? The non-async one, was because we're not doing any async stuff, so we can just do this one. And then we're going to initialize our monkey with monkey service get monkey. Well, not entirely. Monkey service. I don't think we have the monkey service yet, do we? Monkey service, no. So I need to add that one here at the top as well. Add inject monkey service. I need to get that one here, monkey service, there we go. And what I want to do then with that is monkey service dot find monkey by name and get the name in there. Boom. Okay. And with that, it should find our monkey, put that in a monkey right here, and automatically it will saturate all these things with like the details for our monkey and that kind of stuff. So that kind of like should finalize actually implementing this whole details page with a little bit of navigation using our new monkey service. So let's just run it on Android and let's see what happens. Did I see some errors fly by? I think so, but maybe it's just a little bit wrong here. I don't know. It says this code block is missing a character. It's doing a little bit funny. Let's see if it actually comes up, and else I will Oh, it seems to deploy, so I think this is all right. This is just some false positive. I don't know what's going on here. My Visual Studio preview bits. I'm using the preview version, so that's probably why. Our application is coming up here, and we should see then, whenever I click on an actual monkey, it's going to take me to the details. So let's try that. We can see the baboon here. Let's click on it, and boom, we have this details page. Yes, it worked. Super, super cool. And you can see this is all the whole layout, right? And now it's automatically styled because we implemented some CSS for you. So we have this baboon right here. You can see the baboon title here at the top too, and the name here. We have the buttons, right? Again, the yellow buttons right here to fit our branding. Show on map, rate this monkey. They don't do anything yet. We have this description right here, the location and the population. So now end to end, we've done the navigation. We go out to the service. This little parameter right here for the page populates with the name. We got that too. The name is automatically going to this parameter, this property right here. It goes through our monkey service and we get all the details in our page. So that is pretty cool. Let's see if our navigate back works too. So that's kind of like this button, right? With the kind of like cryptic looking description here, which is translates into a back arrow in HTML. And that should bring us to navigate back to slash, right? So this go to the other one, and then I'm going to scroll. Let's have a look at Mooch in Seattle. Let's click that one, and we can see all the details for that one too. You can see the data is a little bit old, little Easter egg here on Twitter or X. Mod says monkeys. I don't know if the account is still there, if there's still some post. Excited on his platform by iOS, excited for the new iPhone 6s. So that kind of like gives you a hint on how old this data is, but it doesn't matter. It's still good sample data that we can use for this example right here. All right, super, super cool. Now, navigation without code was kind of like the next thing, right? So do you remember like that nav link that we could use so that we don't have to write the little lambda expression to go to details and do nav manager, all that kind of stuff? Let's see that next, because the default template, we've actually commented this out, has like all this navigation stuff built in the default template for you to give you a starting point. But we commented out a little bit so that the application was nice and clean for you to start with. But let's have a look at the nav menu right here, which actually has this stuff already. So this nav menu typically is already inside of your application, but we've commented it out in the main layout. So let's see that in a little bit. But here we have this nav menu, which actually, shows the little top bar, and it's like responsive because we're using Bootstrap. So whenever you kind of like rotate the device, I'll show you that in a minute too. We'll have more screen real estate. And because of Bootstrap, we get that kind of like for free. It will automatically see like, oh, I don't need the flyout menu, the hamburger menu. I can just show the menu now on the left side. It will do that automatically. So that's all here in this nav bar. It shows the app title too. You can put there whatever you want, of course. So this is kind of like provides all of that. And to do that, we have this main layout. So let's just do that. You can see actually we were here to put in that fluent dialog provider, but we commented out here the little nav menu. So if we enable that, then we should be able to go in here and add the nav links to actually do that. So if I really quickly run this again, it should show up with the nav menu. I think you can already see kind of like the top bar going on there, but we still need to implement the nav links here. So what we're going to do for that is actually go to this thing again, the nav link, the nav menu, and we're going to add the nav links to that so you can see how we can do the navigation without code. So let's see what this brings us. See, now we got this top bar, but we don't have any options here yet under the hamburger menu, right? So let's add those two. Okay. Let's stop running again. Solution Explorer, let's go back to this nav menu. And here inside of this nav flex column, we're going to add some code to actually show the items right here. So let's do that. Go in here, put those here, make sure that the thingies match. Okay, you can see a couple of things here. So we have this nav link. And you can see the things that I've shown you in the slide, right? So href is nothing is going to go to the home. So I think like if you would do slash, that would do the same thing. But if you leave it empty, that's cool too. We have this nav link match, right? That's what I mentioned for like the CSS selector, that it shows up nicely whenever something is selected, yes or no, because this is kind of like a funny option with no href. It doesn't know automatically kind of like which one to select. So we have to specify this thing. And here we have another nav link for a route to the options page, which we didn't really see yet. So that's another page with the options, a couple of application settings that we will see see in a minute as well. Actually, let's just register this right now too. So we have that scaffolded out probably here in the Solution Explorer, the options page, and we have this add page / options, right? So we got that one too. That's already set up for you. We added this one already, but it's an empty page. So you will see whenever we run this again, actually, let me just do that. We will now have this navigation menu. We will actually have options inside of that navigation bar. One goes to the home, and the other one will go to an options page that we will fill in a later stage, right? So let's see if that actually works out. And what's cool is that we did not write any code to actually do the navigation, right? We just said navlink, and then probably under the hood, if you go to look at the code, because all of Blazor is open source too, you will see that it actually translates maybe into some calls or whatever there. See, now you can see, hey, boom, we have this menu going on. I can go to the options page too, which is still an empty page, but I can navigate there, and I can go back by clicking here and going to monkeys. And if I would rotate the device, so I can simulate that too, you can see like, hey, it sees like, oh, I have more screen now. I can rotate this thing too, and I can now I have enough space to show the menu over there. So it will automatically be, super responsive. We now have the list here. This is what it's supposed to look like whenever you kind of like rotate your device. So that works all out of the box. You don't need to worry about that. I see there's a little thing going on here. Oh, there we go with the scrolling, so it doesn't show up, but here we are back at our thing. That's how easy it is to implement this navigation without any code, right? So we've got that already down too. Kind of like the only thing that we need to do still is navigate to our .NET MAUI page, which is, also kind of like a big thing because now we suddenly have to not look only at HTML and CSS, but we also have to touch a little bit of XAML. Don't be scared. I will be here to guide you the whole way. So let's see if we already have this MAUI page set up in the scaffolding too. So everything for Blazor lives here under the components. For the MAUI pages, we've set up this folder right here, MAUI pages, the monkey rating page. How cool would it be if you could also rate a monkey, right? Like, oh, this is my favorite monkey. Boom, 5 stars. So we were going to do that. We already set up the XAML page here. Again, if you would have to add it for some reason, you can do right click, add, and not a raising component this time. You have to do new item. And in here, well, this is kind of like the short dialog for it, but you can also do show all templates, and you will get this whole dialog with all kinds of options. And there should be a content page in here, a XAML content page for .NET MAUI. You can see that here we have a bunch of options. Just do a content page with XAML, or if you want to use C#, that works just as well. But XAML is mostly my jam, so I'm going to choose XAML, and then you will end up with a page looking kind of like this. This is basically your starting point for any content page in .NET MAUI in XAML. Now, looks very similar to HTML, right? It's also an XML variant, so we got all that. We're adding a nice little title here, rate a monkey. We have a vertical stack layout, so it's just a little bit of different tags and whatnot. There is some learning curve if you want to work with XAML, absolutely. But the cool thing is that you can do it. You can choose not to do it and just keep everything in Blazor. But if this is something that you want to do, you absolutely can. Now, what we're going to do here is also include a library that is built for .NET MAUI, the Aloha kit. MAUI lies in Hawaii, Aloha, they say that in Hawaii. Yes, that's how it got the name. So we're going to use that because it has a super cool rating control that we can use. So because I'm building on my initial project, I don't think the plugin is installed yet. If you use the code from step 3, then you can just, it should be installed already. Well, let me go to the solution, to the project right now, do manage NuGet packages, and I'm going to search for Aloha kit. It should be there. And this is a set of controls, a set of drawn controls by Javier on the .NET MAUI team, which is super cool, that you can use inside of your .NET MAUI application. So if you're like, oh, I want that Aloha kit to use that in my application, but I'm doing Blazor Hybrid, how am I going to do that? This is exactly how you do it. Or some other control that you know is in .NET MAUI and not super easy for Blazor Hybrid or in the web, then, this is a way to combine those things. So here it's going to install it, and you should see these squigglies going away here with Aloha Kit, because that's how it works with XAML. You want to kind of like import this namespace right here so that you can actually use it. This is kind of like the equivalent for the, if I go to the options page here, if I do add using, I could do Aloha Kit, maybe not. Allo it doesn't pick up on it. Microsoft, blah blah blah, right? ASP.NET Core Components, whatever. You can do a using statement, or in C# code. I don't have a C# file open. You would have that using statement. That's kind of the equivalent of XML-NS, XML namespace, and then you can give this any name you want. In this case, Aloha Kit, and now you can reach everything inside of this namespace and this assembly with just using Aloha Kit. So what we can do now is we're going to add that actually to our application here. So let's keep this vertical stack layout. I'm going to add some options to that. And what we're going to do here, vertical stack layout. So that just, stacks things vertically on top of each other. We can say vertical options is center, so that it's nice and centered in the page. Then spacing is 15, so that all the items in the vertical stack layout will have a little bit of spacing, so it looks a little bit nicer. It's not all jammed together. Then we can do a little bit of padding, so that if it goes to like the borders of the screen, it will have a little bit of padding. Again, it's not really, sticking to the borders of the screen, but it has a little bit of padding so that it looks nicer. And that's it. Now we can add the children inside of here. So let's do a label first. And we're going to give that a text like, hey, how would you rate this monkey? Let's make sure that that also shows up like in the center of all the things. So vertical options, center, horizontal options, center. Let's do that, center 2. Horizontal text alignment, like I said, everything centered just looks nice. Everything centered is always good. Let me make this closing so that the squigglies go away. And then let's make it a font size of 20. And that's really cool. That's automatically scaling, right? So this, if people have scaling on their device, it will automatically kind of like scale it with the factor that's on there. Font size 20 so that it shows up a little bit nicer and bigger so that we can actually see it. Cool. We got that set up. How would you rate this monkey? Then it's time to actually add our rating control in here. And I can now do Aloha Kit, and I can reach all the things here in Aloha Kit. Let me see if I can bring up the IntelliSense here. And you can see it has like a bunch of controls, right? An avatar, buzzy indicator, line charts, all these kinds of things. But it also has this rating control, which shows a couple of stars that you can click, and then you can get the value out of it. So let's get this rating, and let's give it a name of xname rating. So this is kind of like how you create a field that you can actually reference it by. So we have this xname rating, and now I can use this rating in the code behind to actually reference this control and call methods on it and get values from it and that kind of stuff. So, okay, that's what we've implemented now. Let's see if we can hook this up to some navigation so that we can actually see what is going on here. And the first thing I'm going to do is add some modal navigation, right? And if you remember what I said about that, if you're going to do modal navigation, it's going to have this page on top of everything without any built-in ways to kind of like get rid of it unless you do it programmatically. So let's add a button for that so that we don't get in trouble here. A button so that we can actually get away from here too. Button, text, close, page, and make a clicked handler, and we can say, hey, generate a new one, and it will be button clicked, right? So we have this button setup that will allow us to get away from here. So whenever that button is clicked, let's go to the code behind. You can see it opened automatically here too. If not, go to the Solution Explorer. Here, as part of every XAML page, you can open this node here, and you will have this monkey rating space XAML.cs, right? So that's kind of like the code behind file. That's what we call it. And you can see it has a little bit of code to initialize the XAML and generate all the stuff there. And it generated for us this button clicked. And you can see if I do rating now, it created this rating field because I made that reference with the xname attribute, right? So that's why I can reference it here with this name of rating. If I would call that anything else, I could use anything else here to reference that control too. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to implement this actual functionality later, much later in like the last part for the advanced options, the advanced module. But right now, let's just do another debug line here, debug.writeLine, write line, and we can actually print out the rating right here. So we can say, hey, let's do monkey rating plus, and then we can say rating dot value. We can get the value, or we can, do some other things here. There's all kinds of options and methods and things that you can do, but we just want to get the value and print that out to our debug line. And the most important thing what we want to do then, this is built into the .NET MAUI page, is we can say navigation. So each page has a way of navigation. It has this navigation object built in, and we want to say pop modal async. Now the modal and the regular navigation stack are two separate things. So whenever you're using this modal way of showing a page, then make sure to also do pop modal if you're not going to do that, it's not going to do anything and you will be confused because you also have a pop async, which is for your regular navigation, right? We'll see that in a little bit. I don't think we're going to call this method, but if you're doing modal navigation, or if you want to do this in the regular navigation, make sure that you call the right method here, because else it will call it on a different stack. There's no page there, and it might have all these kinds of unintended side effects, and things might not work the way that you expect them. Okay, cool. So we got all that. Now, one little side step that we need to do is we want to inject something else. And this is a little bit more advanced already, because we are now going to inject something from .NET MAUI. So that works too. And we're going to do that in, let me actually close some things here. The dialog index, we don't need all these things anymore. Let's go to our imports.razor. You remember that one, which is under the components right here, and then the imports.razor. So here, this was all the usings that we had, right? The usings that will work for all the Razor pages. The really cool thing is that you can also use this for basically any Blazor directive, I think, at least for the inject one. So what I can also say is inject, and we're going to inject iApplication, and let's call it app. Right, so we got that thing going on. iApplication is a type of MAUI, and we can inject that because this represents our entire application. Now, why we'll do that, I'll get to that in a little bit, but this will inject this in each Razor page where we need it, and we're going to need it in a couple of places, so I'm going to put it here in this imports.razor. You're free to just, either to add it to each of the pages that you actually needed, but I'm going to use it here for this imports.razor. Now, with that in place, let's go back to our details page right here. And what we're going to do is wire up that rate this monkey button. So here we have this one. Let's add something to this. We're going to add another on-click handler. So here we have details button yellow. That's fine. And we're going to do add on-click. So we can reference some C# code again, and then we're going to say add rating. And with that, we're going to navigate to the ratings page and actually retrieve that rating. So let's add a new method here down at the bottom in our code block, and we're going to say private void add rating. So let's do that. And what we're going to do, is we're going to now use that application to actually call the navigation there, right? So we're going to use that. And we need to cast it to kind of like the concrete application for .NET MAUI. And this doesn't look super nice. Some people might even call it gross. But we are going to use it like this. I'll get to that in a little explanation when we get to that. And then we have to call windows because, .NET MAUI apps can be multi-window. So we're just going to assume here that our application is a single window application. There's always going to be one window, right? So we're just going to call the first one. Then inside of that, we have a page, right? We just have that main page that we got set up, right? If you think all the way back to the earlier explanation, right here in our app.xaml.cs, that's kind of like the starting point for our application. We're returning this new window, right? Create new window, and we're putting that main page in there. And our main page, let me just pull it up really quickly. Our main page has the Blazor web view, and that's our entire application, right? So we always have that kind of like page to count on. So we're going to call on that. And then on that page, again, like we have the navigation, right? So make sure this is nullable. We know that it's not null, so we're going to use the exclamation mark for that. And we can call that navigation object that we've just seen where we did the pop modal, right? And this page also has a navigation thing, which we can call to actually push something on there as well. So now here we can say push modal async, right? Push modal async, yes, new rating page. That sounds about right. New rating page. And we can just do that, right? All right, cool. So we got that new rating page. Was that what it's called? Monkey rating page. Okay, there we go. Monkey rating page. Okay, now it knows about it. So now if we go there, I think this all kind of like works together. So let's just run this application for right now and see if we missed anything, because I think what should happen right now is we can go to a monkey, click the rating button. We will end up at a .NET MAUI page, which will probably look, not crazy good styling. So we maybe need to do something about there. Remember how I said like, oh, you want to make sure that your styling is consistent and good so that your users do not know whenever there's a .NET MAUI page or a Blazor page. But it will show up. It will be functional. We have that little rating control in there from the Aloha kit. We can do this value. Then in the debug write line, we can actually see the value and we can go back again because we had that pop modal in there as well, right? So let's see if our application comes up if that's actually the case. Okay, here is our emulator coming up. So our app is being deployed right now. Maybe you can notice that this takes a little bit longer as we make more changes and more pages included and that kind of stuff. That's why I said like, hey, deploy to Windows if you can. That goes faster than to deploy it to the Android emulator or even a device. The changes can be pretty quick if they're not like too big, but if you change more things, then it is going to take a little while. But here we are. We have our monkeys. We can go to the details of the blue monkey this time, and we can go to rate this monkey. Now let's see what happens. See, we get that modal page. It has a little animation too. Now, if we didn't have this close page, I think on Android you can actually use the back button. So we've got kind of like that as an escape, but that's not a thing on iOS. So if you were to be on iOS, then you're stuck, right? But now we have this close page, so this is going to be fine. And we can do rating, right? This is like our Aloha Kit control right here. If this were to be any other control for .NET MAUI, it would just work. We have this label for .NET MAUI, so we have all the things. I think it was the blue monkey, rating it 5 stars. Let's do close page, and now we should see it flew by here, and it's a little bit small to see for you again. We can see this debug write line, monkey rating 5. We got the value, put that in our debug output right here, and we could see it here. Well, we can't see it here yet. That's something that we're going to do later, but you can see like all the functionality works. Our page is back down because we popped a modal and everything is in place here. Now, let me get back to this application app Windows page navigation thing. We're right in the middle of a transition with a little thing. Main page was a property on application, and a lot of people would do like main page or application.current.main page and then call the navigation on that, right? But now we're deprecating the main page property in .NET MAUI. So we are having to reinvent ourselves a little bit. And we have this like new concept of like windows where you create the new window and then assign a page to that because it can be multi-window. That's the whole problem that we're trying to solve here. So because of that, we're making a big assumption here that this is just like single window. But we are working on being able to inject kind of like the window directly so that you always know that you're calling like the navigation on the right page of the right window, right? Because this still kind of like uses the window that is out there and you have to take into account that you select the right one. But right now, the only thing we have that we can inject, the only level that we can kind of like inject is the application. So we kind of like have to do it this way to reach the window, to reach the page, to reach the navigation, to actually be able to do the push modal. You can make this a little bit nicer by writing some extension method or blah, blah, a little bit way too advanced, a little bit of background information. If you don't understand what I just said, don't worry about it. This works. It's going to be better, and this is one of the places in the video which will probably change at some point. So if this looks a little bit different in your code, in kind of like the code on the repository, that is totally possible. Just try to make your way back like how this worked. I'm injecting probably another little object in here to make this look a little bit nicer. So if this is different from the code that you see in the repository versus the video, that makes total sense, okay? But this works. This will continue to work. It's not the most beautiful code that you've ever written, probably, but it works and it's functional and it should get it right like 99% of the times, okay? So just assume that. We're going to see it a couple of more times to also show dialogues, but that is the reason why. Okay. Cool. So can we change this to also use kind of like the regular navigation, right? Like this is a modal thing, which is cool, but let's see if we can change it to more regular navigation that I've talked about too. So let's stop running this and actually go to that create window that I just mentioned. So if you've ever worked with .NET MAUI before, then you were probably already scratching your head like, oh, this is not what my app.xaml looks like. That is correct because typically what we would do is like, hey, set main page, which is still a property now, is new main page, and that will be it. But now .NET MAUI has better support for like multi-window and stuff, so we have to change it to Windows. So remove that main page, it's going to be deprecated as of .NET 9, and use this method instead, which is much, much better. So we're returning this new window with a new main page. And if you remember back to the slides, we now need to wrap it in a new navigation page. So now we're wrapping this page in a new navigation page, and now it suddenly knows how to do navigation from the navigation page. Whenever we say push a new page on it, it knows like, oh, I need to do this. I'm going to show the navigation bar with a back button that's built in. It knows to do all these things because the navigation page is something that is aware of the navigation, as the name would suggest, right? So we can just do that. And what we want to do next, let me actually just run this just to show you what's going on here. It's a small change, so it should come up pretty fast. Because what's going to happen now, a navigation page has a navigation bar built in. So what you're going to see happening now, if I do this, is that we have the navigation bar from the Blazor page, from the Blazor application, but we also will have the navigation bar from the .NET MAUI page, right? Which is not something that you want to do, or you want to hide it on the Blazor Hybrid application, of course. That's something that you can do too. But what we are going to do is actually hide the navigation bar for our .NET MAUI page, because this looks a little bit weird, right? So let's just stop running this, and let's go over to our main page.xaml, which has our Blazor web view. So let's go to this MAUI pages, no, sorry, to the main page right here, and we can add a little property here that will just remove it. So we can say navigation page. So this only triggers whenever it's in a navigation page, and you can see we have a couple of other options to influence some of the styling, but we can also say has navigation bar, and we can set that to false. I think we can actually do this while it's running and use XAML hot reload to make the changes show up, but I stopped running now anyway. So this removes that navigation bar that you saw there, and for the new page, it should hopefully just show up because we need it there to actually navigate back, right? So let's actually change this thing now where we go to the ratings page, because now we don't want to do a modal anymore. We just want to push it on the regular stack. So let's go back to our details page right here, and we don't want to do navigation push modal async, but what we want to do is say push async, just regular push, and it will push it on the navigation stack, give us like the navigation bar to go back, and it will do all these things. Now, let me run this again, and it should do all these things for us. Again, it's not a big change, so hopefully it should go faster this time. And if you're running this on Windows, it should go fast anyway, and it should look and feel exactly the same, but now as is native on Windows, right? Because .NET MAUI translates everything to how it should look like on the platform that you're running on. So here our application has already come up. Our navigation bar from the .NET MAUI page should be gone now. We only have our pretty yellow one back here. Then we go to, well, let's pick a new one every time, to the Howler monkey. Sounds good. Rate this monkey. And now we're doing the regular navigation, see, and we get this navigation bar. It's not prettily styled, but we have it, and we can just go back that way, right? So we have the same thing. We can just rate this, go here, we get the navigation bar, we can still do the same thing, and we can go back. And I think this is not really scripted, so don't laugh at me if it goes wrong. If I do close page, nothing should happen, right? Because we're not on that modal stack, so we're not doing anything here. So we can remove that one. Now, to make the styling a little bit better, we can actually style the navigation bar from our app.xaml.cs. There's multiple ways to do it, but we can do this navigation page. We can give it a couple of properties so that it matches a little bit better, right, for that user experience. So let's say bar background color is color dot from a RGB, and I'm going to have to peek here what it exactly is, because we have a very specific color, FFC 107, and then we probably also want to say the bar text color is colors.white. Colors, right? Else it won't work. Colors.white. So now it will look a little bit prettier. Let me just quickly run it again. And we can see that we have like similar styling. I definitely should put more effort in it to make it more look like all the same with the Blazor Hybrid application and everything. But at least kind of like we have the same styling, the same colors going on right there, which we can actually do so that the user doesn't really know like, hey, I'm in a Blazor Hybrid application, or now I'm in a .NET MAUI application. The user should not care about any of that. They just want a well-working application. Okay, I was going to do a different one every time. Mandrill sounds good. Rate this monkey. Right, and now see, you can see that navigation bar looks pretty much the same, even has a back button, and we got all that. Now, let's go back. And the last thing we want to do, actually, let's see if that XAML hot reload works. We can remove this close page right here. So if we go to the monkey ratings page, I can remove this button because it doesn't do anything anymore. So let's just remove that. And you can already see in the little preview that just removes without a thing here on this XAML page. And actually that kind of like concludes here the part about navigation. We've seen all the navigation here. We'll see later kind of like what we want to do, because now we're not really capturing this value, right? We did that on the button click. Now we have to do that whenever we navigate to the page, and we will actually implement the actual rating to show that here on the details page too. We will do that in part 6 with the advanced topics. So if that's something that you're interested in, where we're sharing the state and doing all that kind of stuff, stick around until part 6. I'm expecting you to do that. But this is everything there is to know about the navigation. I hope that was not too much to take in. Maybe rewind, do it again, just to make sure that you stick it in your mind. I know. This was a little bit of a longer part, right? Maybe even the longest part, but navigation, super important. So I wanted to give you all the scenarios that you can encounter whenever you start building your own application in real life. So we've seen how to navigate from one Blazor page to another using the navigation manager, add a little parameter in there, get that parameter out of there, use that to query that monkey data out of that service, right? And then we even implemented a little bit of XAML, a little bit scary, .NET MAUI page, use .NET MAUI controls, show that as a modal, use some regular navigation and all the things that you have to, take into account there. So I think our very first Blazor hybrid application is getting pretty much in shape, right? It's starting to look really, really good. But let's take a little bit of a break, checking in. How are you doing? Are you okay? Maybe get up, stretch your legs, get a drink, like and subscribe, do all the things that normal people do on a break. And then we're going to continue with the next part, which is part 4, accessing platform functionality. I already mentioned that this is maybe the superpower of a Blazor hybrid application. You have full access to all the power of a device, all the APIs that are in there. So what stuff that you can do? Deep integration with apps on the platform, right? Because this will be a native app on the platform. You could do all the things. You can have the integration, all the integrations that native apps have whenever you use Xcode or Java with Android Studio. All those things you can have as well in your Blazor hybrid application. There is no browser sandbox, right? So whenever you run Blazor in the browser, you're bound by that sandbox. You cannot just go out to the file system and pick every file that you want. With Blazor hybrid, you can totally format the C drive, right? If that's what you want to do. Maybe that's not the best idea, but that gives you a little bit of a sense of like, okay, that's stuff that you can do here. You can use the geolocation. You can use the flashlight, you can use deep links, you can do all those things that are available on a platform that you're running on. Here, of course, you're still limited to the app sandbox, right? That has another sandbox. You still need to request the permissions for push notifications, the permissions for location data, for geolocation. So whenever you have to do something like that in your app, you still are limited to that. But whenever you start learning to implement all of that in a native application, you can do so much more than inside of the browser. Everything that you can also do on the native platforms that are available, also available to you in your Blazor hybrid application. And there's no performance loss or no different behavior than using .NET MAUI in this case. The only difference, quote unquote, with .NET MAUI is that you're using a different UI layer. You use HTML and CSS to style your application. Use Razor syntax because that's what you like more, or that's more convenient to you in your scenario. But all the rest is the exact same as .NET MAUI. So using these APIs in .NET MAUI or Blazor hybrid makes absolutely no difference. Because remember, Blazor is still a .NET app talking to .NET APIs. Blazor Hybrid is a .NET application that we can run on the devices through .NET MAUI because we have the .NET runtime running on iOS, on Android, on macOS, on Windows, and we just put that Blazor Hybrid application on top. There's no server running. We don't do a secret web server here or there or transpiling or compiling to WebAssembly. None of that. You just run a .NET application on the .NET runtime and everything will just work. So what are kind of like the APIs to think about? Well, here is a list. .NET MAUI's got you covered with all these APIs. These are kind of like, .NET MAUI is primarily a UI framework, right? That's the UI user interface, multi-app user interface. Multi-platform application user interface, sorry. But we have all these APIs that are common across the different platforms, right? All the devices almost have a flashlight. All the devices use some kind of clipboard, right? And that's not necessarily something that you see in the UI. Also like the geolocation, reaching out to the file system, checking the connectivity. That's not all stuff that has a user interface, but is still something that is very common across all the platforms that have APIs for that. So we've built that into .NET MAUI now so that it's just another .NET API that you can access with a unified API, and you can use that with the ease of .NET and C#. We do all the heavy lifting for the platform specific implementations, and you will get all that data back all this power access to you in your Blazor hybrid application. So what does that look like if we pour that into a little bit of code? Well, here, for instance, the options page, we've just seen that. We're going to implement that in this part. If we want to check if we have an internet connection, you can just do connectivity.current.network access. Is that internet? Then yes, we have internet access. You can also query for a little bit of more data. What kind of type do we have then? Connectivity, current, connection profiles, first or default, right? We can see the connection profiles in there. That will tell you like if we're connected to a wired network or Wi-Fi or whatever. You can see all of that. You can inspect that, one line of code, super easy. And this is like the static usage, right? So this is implemented in kind of like two ways. The static usage, which you can see here, we have a static object connectivity. We get the current instance of that one, and then we can query all the properties or the methods on that. But you also have, of course, the dependency injection. You know by now I love my dependency injection. So we have that as well. You can just do builder.services.addSingleton for the geolocation, and then you can use that little factory method there so that it only gets instantiated whenever we actually use this API. And then we can use it with dependency injection. We can say add inject in our Razor page, or we can do constructor injection or whatever injection you want in our .NET MAUI XAML pages, right? So whenever we go now to our home.razor, you can say, hey, geolocation, in my code block, say geolocation.get location async, and you will get the current location of the current device that the user is currently using. That's how easy it is. Some examples, like you can come up with your own examples, of course, that are applicable to the app that you actually want to build after this course. Checking for connectivity for online, offline scenarios, right? Like we have the monkeys list. If we're going to refresh, maybe we want to check if there's an internet connection first. And if not, we're going to show the user a little message, or we're going to use some cache data or something like that, which is a very typical scenario. Access the device geolocation. Maybe, just some example that comes to mind. We want to know what the closest monkey is. Or would that be something that we're going to implement? Or we also have some very cool stuff with like very platform specific stuff, but we still have a unified API for some of that in .NET MAUI. So for instance, set the save layouts, which is definitely a thing on iOS, and I think these days also on Android, where you have like a little margin at the top or the bottom. Where there's a little notch or a camera hole or whatever that you probably don't want to draw behind because it's hard to reach for users. So we have those APIs to kind of like take that into account, the APIs will only kick in on that platform and not on the other platforms without having to do any if devs or whatever. You can just do that and we will take care of the rest. We will see that all in part 4, the platform features right here. So let's head over to Visual Studio again. You can, again, like I keep repeating it over and over again for if this is the first time that you're seeing this bit, go to the part 4 folder, open the solution there. That will have all the code from part 3, part 2, part 1, and you will just start with a clean slate. If you have the same project, which what I'm going to do right here that you've been building on top of, then you can just keep using that one, and we're going to build everything on top of that one to build it out to one big, amazing first Blazor hybrid application. Let's go. Here we are once again, Visual Studio, my old friend. You can see the application still running here in the latest state, Mandrill. We've just rated it, implemented all that navigation stuff. But now what we're going to do is start implementing that platform features, right, that we love so much, and we're anxious to find out how it all works. So let's stop running this one, and I'm going to go to, actually, let me just close all of this, right click, close all tabs. Let's just do that, and start with a little bit of a clean slate, put these all together so that we have like a clean slate here that we can start from. Okay, go into the components, pages, and then the options page. That's what we're going to kind of like build out now together with some other places, but we're going to start here with the options. So what we're first going to do is implement a check to check for the internet connection, right, that we've just seen as well. So to do that, we're going to add another button, and we're going to give that a little class. We're going to make that a nice yellow button again. So button yellow, do it like this, and we're going to have a little caption, check internet, right? So that's what we're going to implement here. Now, again, you can make this more useful by checking that somewhere in your code, right? If you have an internet connection, do something with the caching, yes or no. But I'm just going to add a little button here just to show you how to work with this API. And you know what's coming next, right? What are we going to do here? Yes, we're going to do event handling. We're going to add another on click here, and we're going to say is, and then specify our method name here. So let's just call that check internet as well. And then we have our reference to our C# method. So we can just define that here in our code block. By the way, little pro tip right here, if you do not want to use the code block right here, what you can also do is create a optionspage.razor.cs in the same folder, and then it will automatically see that as kind of like a code behind file, just as we've seen with the XAML and the XAML code behind file, and you can write your code there, right? So you can have a little class in there, partial class, and that will work as well. I'm not going to show you during this course, but I just want you to know that that is possible too, if you like a little bit of a cleaner separation between the code and the actual markup here. But I think most people prefer this, and that's also what we promote mostly in kind of like our samples. So there's that. And then we can do public async task, because we're going to have to do some await async stuff. And then we're going to say check internet. And I saw a glimpse, I think, of what the little AI or prediction thingy is doing here. It's going to recognize, it's going to recommend us to use the JavaScript runtime. Ugh, what are we doing? JavaScript, we're trying to get away with that. No, I'm kidding, of course. JavaScript runtime, we'll see that actually in a little bit later, I think in the theming. So I think in the next part, we're going to use some JavaScript interoperability. But right now, we don't need to do that. We have .NET MAUI with all the APIs that we can leverage to check for the internet connection. So no Visual Studio, I don't want this. I'm going to implement my own thing. Var internet connection. No, is it internet connection? Has internet, sorry, that's what I want to do. Has internet is, and then we can just say connectivity dot current, right? That's that static implementation, and it knows this connectivity because we have that using somewhere in like the imports.razor or something like that. So it knows this connectivity, right? We don't need to specify that, and we can just use it from right here. And if it's needed, it can probably add it automatically through IntelliSense, or it will do it for you even automatically. So connectivity.current, and we can do network access. And then we can say is network access is internet. Yes, that's the thing that I want to do here. Now we get this Boolean, which is misspelled, internet. Yes, there we go, which will tell us if we have internet access, yes or no. And this is an enum, so we can also check for other things like, hey, is it unknown? Is it none? Do we not have a connection at all? Is it constrained internet? And we have all these other things, right? But we just want to check for has internet connection. And the other thing you can check is like var internet type, right? We can do that as well. Internet type is connectivity dot current dot connection profiles, right? So, and you can see you have all these things, right? We even have events for when the connectivity changes, so you can automatically detect like, hey, the internet access has come back, and now I can suddenly use the live data again instead of like the cache data. So you can do all these things here too. Connection profiles dot first or default. And we could just do that. And if we kind of like want to first or default, if I kind of like do this little comparison here, we can actually get the connection profile. So you can see other things as well. You can check if we have Bluetooth, and there can be multiple profiles, right? So you can check if we have Bluetooth and cellular and Ethernet and Wi-Fi. So you can get all these connection profiles and see what type of connections you have on the device that you're looking at. So let's just do this one. And we're going to get the first or default. So it's going to be like, you know, the first one, which is probably going to be Wi-Fi in this case. It said something about the internet connection. Okay, and then we're going to do a little display alert here. And we're again going to use that kind of like not great code here to actually display the alert. Because if you want to display an alert from a Razor page, we would have to implement some kind of alert that probably knows HTML and CSS. So we could probably use those Fluent UI dialogues, right? That probably has some dialogue that we can show, or a JavaScript dialogue. But Blazor has not really a built-in way of doing dialogues or anything like that, right? .NET MAUI has. So if we reach out to that main page, to that page again, we can do a display alert on that. But we need to kind of like use that not great code for that. So what we're going to do again is cast that to the concrete application type. We have that app, right? We've seen that in the previous part. We use that for injecting here in the imports.razor. We inject the I application into each Razor page here. So that's what's happening. And we can then on that one do Windows again. So again, we're kind of like assuming that this is a single window application. We have a page inside of that window, right? Each window can only have one page, so we know that's there. We use the exclamation mark so that we know like, hey, this is not null. I know that at this point. Dot display alert. And we can do this display alert here, and it will show a alert how it's supposed to look like on Android, because this is going to be the native alert on this operating system. And I can do okay. I have to give it a little title, connectivity connectivity status. Let's do something like that, comma. I can say the little dollar sign here, so we can kind of like do string interpolation, right? I can mix strings with curly brackets and then variables in there. That's what that means. Internet access colon, and then I can do these curly braces, and that will mean like, hey, this is not a string. This is going to be a variable in C#. I could do has internet, right? So that will print like true or false. And then I can say inside of the string of type internet type, because that's going to return a string here, right? This is going to be an enum, and it's going to call the toString. So we will just see the value from that. And we need a little bit of a button. So the button needs a caption too. We can see that here, kind of like in the IntelliSense, right? Like all the parameters that I'm specifying here, the title, the message, and then, well, it's called a cancel button, but you know, you can use it for whatever you want. So here, okay, and then boom, we got that. Now actually, I can just start running this and do it. This also already needs a permission. And as you recall from me explaining that in like the part 0, is that all the permissions and stuff live in the platforms folder, right? You only need permission to kind of like query the network access and status on Android. So on Android, you need permissions for that. Go over to the Solution Explorer. We already put this in place for you, but I just want you to know where it is in case you need it yourself. To the Platforms folder, Android, and then you have that Android manifest. Let me open the source right here. So right click, open with, and then you can do the XML text editor. And you can see a bunch of stuff in here, user permissions a couple of times, users feature. If you're going to start looking into this or follow the .NET MAUI course, I will tell you a little bit more about this. You will learn all about what this exactly is. But here you can see, hey, access network state, that is the permission that you need. Only for Android, the other platforms don't really mind that you access the network state, and you don't really need a permission for that. So that's fine. Okay, so we got that in place. And also for location later on, that's going to be there. So we got this, and we can actually start running this now. So let's run this on Android, and we will see this new button in our options page that allows us to check the internet connection right here. Now, again, you can do this on Windows too. So if you're deploying to Windows, you see the exact same thing that I'm going to show you on Android right here, and we can check the internet connection status with the click of a button. Now, not everyone might like this static implementation, which is totally fair. I like my dependency injection, right? So we'll see that next. But you can, if you for some reason need this static implementation just because it's easy, you can just do it like this and do that for all the APIs that we're about to see, right? There's no right or wrong here, just whatever makes sense for you and you feel comfortable with. Okay, our Monkey Finder hybrid application is coming back up. Let's go to our options page that we implemented earlier. And now we have this check internet option. And whenever I click that, it's going to show me a little display alert with connectivity status. Internet access is true of type Wi-Fi. And this, little emulator is connected to Wi-Fi. You can see that, I think, in the top right, like, hey, this simulates that it has a Wi-Fi connection, right? So you can play with that. You can do the options of the emulator or the simulator, or if you're on Windows, you have to, of course, actually use your physical device. You might unplug the Ethernet cable and see kind of like how that influences the results here. Super easy, right? To just leverage all that power that is available on the platform. Okay, so let's take it a step further. We're now going to use the geolocation to find the closest monkey to us. Super, super cool. Again, before we actually go into it, like here for Android, you have the options right here in the 3 dots. And whenever you go into there, you will get a little dialog where you can configure all kinds of things about this emulator. And you can also set, I think, the location here. So that's something that you want to play with as well, right? And also like enable GPS signal to even enable it and disable it. And you can set the location to some location in the world. It will emulate that. So you can play around with that and see how that influences the results for your monkey as well. So that's kind of like how that works. So you can also test different scenarios, and the iOS simulator has similar capabilities as well. So we got all that. Okay, let's stop running here for right now. And this we're going to implement actually in the home.razor. But before we go there, we're going to do this through dependency injection. So let's go to the Solution Explorer again and fold this one in. And then we're going to go to our MAUI program, right? Because that's where we make all of our registrations. And let's do it under here. Builder.services.add. We can again do a singleton because this does not hold any state. add singleton, and I can say I geolocation because we also provide the interfaces for this. So if you have to unit test this or test anything which uses location and does not have location services enabled because it's unit tests, then you can provide your own implementation of the iGeolocation, still inject that, and then you can simulate and run your tests, and that will be all fine. Now, what we're going to do is use this kind of like factory method. We got a couple of overloads here. If we go through the IntelliSense, you can do this implementation instance, so just have that concrete instance in there, or you can provide this implementation factory, which is for performance reasons a little bit better because then it will only instantiate this class whenever it's actually called upon, right? If we actually start calling onto geolocation.thing, it's going to create that little object instead of just creating them whenever the application starts and hold a bunch of memory while you may never even use them. So to do that, we have the service provider, which I'll just abbreviate to SP, and then we can say SP. Oh, actually, we don't need to do SP. I can just say geolocation. So I'm still going to call that static one dot default. It's going to provide that static one, right? So in this case, it's still going to use that, but now we can access it through dependency injection. Okay, so we got that one. And now we can again inject that through our pages, right? So let's go back to my home.razor where we go to implement this. So components, pages, home.razor, and I'm going to add a button next to my add monkey button. So I'm just going to copy this one. I'm a lazy developer, so copy this one, still button yellow. This is going to be find monkey instead of add monkey. And I'm going to say here, find closest monkey, right? Find the closest monkey, easy enough. Now is where the hard part comes because geolocation, super cool. Of course, the .NET MAUI API is as easy as it can get, but there is some code that we need to write here. So let's go down to our code block right here, start a little bit of new code. And what I'm going to do is say private async task, because we're going to async await some stuff, find monkey, because that's the one that we named it above. So here we go. Now, actually, there is a lot of code to go over here. So let me just actually paste it in to not make it too long. And I will show you line by line exactly what's going on. So I'm taking this snippet from the README right here, and I will just paste it in here and boom. See, there is a lot to go through, but I'll walk you through it. We're going to get the cached location first because the geolocation is something that lives on your device. Other apps might access the geolocation as well. Even the operating system might access the geolocation. So chances are that we recently got it and we already have one that's pretty recent with a recent timestamp. If we got that, why not just get it from there? Right? We don't need to put extra strain on the battery, drain our battery by getting to the GPS sensor or the other ways that are used to determine the location. We can just get it from the cached thing. So we're going to see if there's something first. Await geolocation. Actually, I don't think we have that yet. Did I add that yet? No, we did not. So that's a good reminder. Add inject I geolocation. Geolocation is geolocation, right? I forgot to do that. Now it's fixed. We got that one. And then I can call on that geolocation to get the last known location async, right? And you can see a little bit of a description here. This will try to get the latest location, but it can be null. So the next thing I want to do is check if that is null, yes or no. If it's null, I'm going to query the actual new location, right? I'm going to be the app that's now requesting the location, which is fine. I'm going to do a new geolocation request. You can play with the accuracy, right? The more accurate you want it to be, the longer it can take. So that's why there's a timeout, right? We have all these levels of accuracy here: low, default, lowest, medium, best. And it can take a while to get like the best accuracy right here. If you're going to make a turn-by-turn navigation application, then you want to have the best because, you know, it doesn't have to be like medium because then you'll run into a wall with your car or your bike. That's not something that you want to do. But for finding a monkey globally around the world, medium is enough, right? So it kind of like depends on what you want to do. If you want to the accuracy to be super, super high, then it's going to take longer to lock on your device and determine exactly where you are. If you're going to do like medium or low, it's going to be globally like, oh, okay, he's somewhere around there. Doesn't really matter if it's like 30 meters apart or anything. There's just that. And then the timeout, right? So you give it some timeout, like if it can determine your location for whatever reason within 30 seconds, it's going to throw a little exception so that you know to do something else. Okay. if we go through this, then we should have a location, right? One way or the other, through the cache or by determining it ourselves. And then we can find the closest monkey. So we can just do var closest monkey. We get the monkeys that we already have, and we're going to order them by location dot calculate distance. So the location that we get here is a built-in type, Microsoft Maui devices sensors location, and we have a helper method on that, which is calculate distance. And you can calculate the distance, and then we have to create a new location type for our monkey latitude and monkey longitude, because we have that data for our monkeys. And we're going to use the distance.miles, right? So we know we want to know the distance in miles. You can also do other things, and it will converse that for us automatically too. So we're going to order the monkeys by distance, and then we are going to get the first or default, right? Easy enough. And then we can determine the closest monkey kind of like message. We show that in another dialog. So we're going to create this message. We're going to see like, hey, is the closest monkey null? We want to take into account every scenario here. If it's null, sorry, if it's not null, I changed the order here. If it's not null, then we're going to get the closest monkey, right? Because we got a monkey as a result. We're going to say the name, and it is actually in closest monkey dot location. If it is null, then we're going to say, hey, the closest monkey could not be determined. We don't know why. You probably want to figure out, you want to do something in your application, but here we just say we can't figure it out for whatever reason, okay? And then we're going to show the display alert again with that app we injected. Then have our Windows page display alert closest monkey with the message and do OK. Whenever the exception comes, we are going to do a little debug write line and still display an alert with this happened, right? Which is probably then the timeout that got hit. And that is all we need to do to implement this geolocation stuff. I mean, yes, it's a little bit more code than we've seen so far, but you know, it's super straightforward. Like we get the cache location. If that's not there, we request the location, we can use the location. Easy as that. Let's run our Android application and see if it actually works the way that I say it works. So we're going to have a new button on our homepage, right there on our homepage next to the add new monkey, which will allow us to find the closest monkey to us. Now, again, the emulator is probably set to some location. We actually probably the location that you just saw somewhere in the US while I'm in the Netherlands. So the actual result might not be the actual one, but it's going to show you at least that this concept works, right? So find closest monkey, the button shows up here. And if I click that, it's going to go through all these things. It's going to actually request me the permissions first. I didn't even talk about that. So geolocation is something that's very privacy sensitive, right? So you definitely need a permission for accessing the geolocation on all the platforms, also iOS, also Windows, also macOS. And it's built into these APIs that whenever the permission has not been requested yet, it will do that automatically for you. It will check the status like, hey, is the permission location granted for this application yet? If not, it's going to request it. If it is, then we're just going to go through with the rest of our functionality. Because once a permission is granted, then you can, use it forever until the user disables it in kind of like the settings. So this is what you see here, and we have a couple of options. Hey, the precise or the approximate while using the app only this time. So let's do only this time. And then it will actually go through our code here and say like, hey, Henry is the closest and the monkey is in Phoenix. So if we scroll down, then we should see Henry somewhere in here who is in Phoenix. There he is. And then that's the closest one to the location that's currently configured on this emulator right here. Right? So that is pretty cool. If you need to do something with the permissions, like, it could also be, this is like very happy path, right? But it could be that the user here says accidentally or not, like, no, you cannot use the permissions, then you're in trouble, right? So we also have platform functionality to look into the permissions. So you could do manually permissions dot check status request, right? You have all these things that we can do here. It's not really part of this workshop, but you have APIs for that as well. So you probably want to check out like, hey, do we have the permissions requested manually? If you requested manually before doing any of this, that will work too. And you can do all these variations to make that user experience super, super rich in your Blazor Hybrid application. And again, like the permissions are configured here. We've just seen it for Android. There was a location one as well. If we go to our platforms and take iOS for an example for this time, we have that info plist, right? And we go open with. Also the XML editor, we got that one, and you will see down here like, hey, NS location when in use description, and you can give a little string actually explaining the user why you want to access the location. So they're like, oh yeah, that makes sense. You need to find the closest monkey. I will allow that. Okay, so always make sure that you have an accurate description in there. That's how that works. Okay, next, right? We can take this even a step further. We can also open default maps on the device. Like I said, like turn-by-turn navigation is super cool, but super hard to implement by yourself. So whenever you can get around that, unless that's kind of like your core business, you should hand that off to applications that are probably already on the device. Probably users will have installed Google Maps or Bing Maps or Apple Maps, right? All of those things. So you can just say, hey, why not open that application, give the location that you want to go to, maybe even with a suggestion of like, this should be the navigation mode that you should use, and open the default Maps app for that. Right, so that's exactly what we're going to do. Let's register another thing for our dependency injection here. So let me just, well, I'm just going to type this one out. Builder.services can be another singleton. Services.add singleton. And this time we're going to do, well, IMAP actually. IMAP, there we go. And we're going to again do service provider map dot default. We got another default thing here. Now, not to confuse, like in .NET MAUI, we have two map APIs. This is one map API, and then the other one is kind of like a control, the .NET MAUI maps, which allow you to show a map inside of your application, which is an alternative implementation, of course, if you want to do this. We are now going to open the Maps app on the device, but you can also show a little map control inside of your application too. And we've just learned how to show a little .NET MAUI page, so you can pop that MAUI page on there, put the MAUI maps control on there, and you can show the monkey right there. Nice exercise for you at home right after you finish this course. But this is going to open the default application, right? So we have this deep integration with the OS. I've registered it now with the dependency injection container right here. And what we want to do then is go to our details page. We already added a button for this there. So let's go over to our components, pages, details page, and we had this button for show on map, right? So that's exactly what we're going to do now. And before we do that, let's explore another way. So what you can do here is do add inject IMAP, and that will work. But also here, you have an alternative way of doing things. We can take this kind of like concept here with parameter and also apply that to a map. And what you can do is use the inject attribute right here too, and it will inject it into this method right here. So if you're going to take that code block and put it in a code behind, this is the way to kind of like inject it here, because else you would be in trouble, right? It doesn't know where to find it. You can use this inject attribute, all a matter of preferences, how to do things, but this is a way to do it. And we can keep this private. It doesn't really matter in this case. IMAP map, right? Get set, make it a property. There we have it. This should work. So now we have this little map instance that we got going on here. So let's hook up now this onClick event for the button. So let's go here, add onClick is method name. Let's name that open map. And we're going to implement our open map method. So let's scroll down here to our code block, private, async probably, async task, open map. Okay, perfect. So what we're going to do here is do a couple of things again. Let's do try catch, because also here we can run into an exception. So let's do the little catch first too, with the exception X, X. And we're going to, I think the IntelliSense, the AI is picked up on it. We're going to do await, application app display alert X message. Okay, yeah, that sounds pretty much like what I want to do. Okay, so we got that. The exception handling is in place, and now actually implement the functionality. So let's do try. Oh, try I already had. If map is null, then we're going to throw this exception. So we're going to actually do this ourselves. Throw new exception map server is not available, right? For some reason it couldn't inject it. Always a good check to do. Take into account every scenario possible. Our map server is not available because maybe there is no maps app installed. Pretty unlikely, but you never know. So we got that scenario covered. And otherwise we're going to do await map dot open async. And we can specify a couple of options for this. We can say the monkey location, right? So the monkey doesn't have like a dedicated location property, so we're going to specify the latitude and longitude separately. You can also do a place mark, which is something, again, built-in object for this map API. Latitude, longitude, we're going to see that. And we have map launch option. So here you have like overloads of this method for all the different variations here. So let's do monkey.latitude, monkey dot longitude, and then we can do these map launch options. So let's do that, new map launch options, and see what kind of things we have going on there. And this has a couple of properties, right? And that allows you to kind of like set the name, and we can set that to the monkey.name. And here you get kind of like in the interesting area of cross-platform development. This name will not always be shown in every Maps app, right? It's kind of like dependent on what the Maps app, how they are implemented exactly. So you don't always see the name or the title that we're going to give here, but it might pop up somewhere. So just set the property and you will see in the Maps app if it's going to show up or not. And what you can do is give a little hint for the navigation mode. Like, hey, if we want to navigate to this monkey, then we can give a little hint for the Maps app, like, hey, do we want to go there driving, transit, bicycling, anything like that, right? You can just say like, oh, maybe already open the view for when I want to start walking there, and it will give you a suggestion, and you just have to tap like, hey, start navigating, and it will start doing that for you for that seamless, nice user experience there. In this case, we are not going to navigate there because that would be a very hard thing to do. Now, okay, that is mostly the thing that we want to implement. So let's just run this again and see if this actually works as we intended to. For opening these kinds of applications, typically you don't really need the permissions here. So we didn't need any permissions to do that. Maybe that will come, right? Like the permissions model also changes from time to time between the different operating systems. But right now for this Maps app, nothing really is needed. Our application is coming back up. In our details page, it should look the same because this button was already added before. Let's go to the squirrel monkey. He looks super cool. So we want to go there, show on map. Now, let's see what that does. It will take us like bloop to another app on our Android emulator. Also the Maps app, the Google Maps app is installed there. This is the first time I'm doing this, so it's going to show this little welcome screen, skip, and we should see, hopefully, or I'll have to do it again because it shows me this welcome screen now, but I think the flow is going to be okay. It's going to take me to the location for the squirrel monkey. So you can see it took that name, right? This title, it's showing that here with the latitude and longitude, and it's like super zoomed in. So this is probably like somewhere, oh, here we go. This is the control to do that. So zoom, 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 zoom. See, like it's super zoomed in. It will add a pin for that. And we're all the way in Brazil, right? So it kind of like did the weird zooming, but we're here in a pin in Brazil, where's apparently where the squirrel monkey lives, right? And if I would have said like, hey, this navigation thing right here, you could automatically do the direction and start navigating and do all these things if that's something that's implemented in the Google Maps app right here. So that's kind of like the different integrations that we have with the OS, all the services, all the sensors on the device with Blazor Hybrid. And that was already part 4. One thing I didn't really mention, which is in the README of the workshop, is like the save layouts and that kind of stuff. I'll leave you to explore that on your own. It is super cool. It's .NET MAUI APIs technically, so you have to implement that kind of like on the XAML level. So you can definitely use that. It's definitely super useful in some scenarios. But you know, that's in this case, the example that we use is very specific to iOS. So I included some screenshots so you can see what it looks like. Definitely go check it out. But I didn't think it was like super important for everyone watching this video, so I'm going to quickly skip over that one to go to the next more important thing, maybe the most important thing to some people, because there's some heated discussions online about this, the theming, right? Light theme, dark theme. We're going to see that next. The app themes in Blazor Hybrid. How can you make that work? Well, theming the application. Blazor, of course, does the theming through HTML and CSS, right? We've seen that a couple of times already. All built-in capabilities of HTML and CSS will work. So CSS has capabilities to kind of like detect the dark mode stuff and that kind of things. You can definitely leverage that for your Blazor application as well. We're going to do it a little bit different for our implementation just to show you the different capabilities there too. But if you are the CSS wizard, you can absolutely apply that to the CSS in your application, and that will work. For .NET MAUI pages, you'll have to do it through XAML. Now, interesting enough, .NET MAUI also has support for CSS, so hopefully we can bring those two closer together so you can really do with one CSS can do both. But right now you have to do .NET MAUI pages through XAML, or you can do it in C# code, but you can absolutely do that. But there will be some like duplicate effort to make the colors work in .NET MAUI if you, of course, are adding .NET MAUI stuff in your application, else you don't have to worry about it. And in your HTML and CSS, if you're smart about it, you can probably share some values here and there, but there's might be some duplication there. And you want to make sure to keep them both in check so for that seamless, cool user experience look and feel to apply that to your whole application. You can implement your own branding with this, and it all supports light and dark theme, and you can support that through this as well, as you can see here in the animation that has been looping for a while now, just above my screen right here. So what we've done for this part of the workshop is create two separate style sheets. That's definitely something that you can do as well. One with the style for our light theme that we've kind of like been seeing so far, and one for our dark mode. And then we're going to use a little bit, don't be scared, sit down, JavaScript to actually switch between them, just to show you also how the JavaScript interoperability works in Blazor Hybrid as well, should you need it. So in this index.html, you can see like, hey, just like regular HTML, link ID, right? You can have a little ID to reference this style sheet by. The rel is style sheet. href is like, this is the actual file where this CSS file lives. And then we can do the same for dark mode, but it has a little disabled attribute in there. So one is going to be disabled at the time, and then we were going to toggle around with that disable thing to disable the light one whenever we want dark mode, and the other way around. Another really cool thing about Blazor Hybrid is CSS isolation, especially, again, there they are again, if you're going to build components. You want to specify a little bit of styling for your component, but you don't want that to interfere. So you can come up with like all kinds of unique names, but with CSS isolation, you don't have to. It will scope the CSS styling to a single component, and you can do that very easily. You can just do myComponent.razor, that's going to be your component, and then if you create another file, myComponent.razor.css, that's going to be the styling for your component. It will compile time, come up with some unique names that are not even readable, doesn't matter, but that will be applied to your component so that you never have clashes and never have weird styling coming in or your styling bleeding out over the rest of the application for other components. We're not really going to see this. It is used inside of the template that we've been using, in the code that we've been using, so go check that out. I think for like the nav menu and the main layout and that kind of stuff, you can see there how it works. We're not going to really implement it for this workshop, but it's super cool to know that this is there, especially if you're going to look into creating your own components at some point. JavaScript interoperability, there it is. Of course, part of the whole point of Blazor is that we don't need to use JavaScript or any other language anymore. You can just stick with C# and .NET. But what if you have this cool JavaScript component, if you can't figure out how to do something in Blazor, which is pretty hard to find, but maybe there is a scenario and you still need to use that piece of JavaScript for whatever. You can totally do that. In your index.html, you can have that piece of script. You can say function method name and specify an argument. We can also specify arguments, and you can do the implementation in JavaScript there. And then we can call that from our C# code and even get like the return values back and everything that goes together with that. Then in our options page, for instance, we're going to use this to change our theme. And we're going to inject that IJS runtime, so the interface of the JavaScript runtime. And you can use that to invoke this method name, so the method name that we've just defined in this index.html with the actual argument. So that's the value that's going to go into the argument and is going to actually invoke that method. Now, in this case, it's going to be a void, right? So you have different methods on that JS runtime for void, and whenever you do expect a return value. But if it's void, it's just fire and forget, and you trust that it's going to actually work, right? So that's what we are going to see here. And again, I keep repeating it. This is how easy it is to implement JavaScript interoperability. For the .NET MAUI theming, again, you have all kinds of APIs to kind of like query the operating system theme. You can just do application.current.requested-theme. That is the theme that is configured on the operating system level. So for Apple, for Android, whatever the user has set, like, hey, I want to prefer a light theme or dark theme, you can request that way. And you can override it in your application if that's what you want by setting application current user app theme to app theme.dark or light, because to force kind of like the user, like, hey, you're going to use light or dark theme because I know best how my application looks like, and this is the theme that you should use, right? So you can do that in certain scenarios if that's what you want. Also, we have a little helper there on the .NET MAUI side, the app theme binding, which is aware of kind of like the light theme, dark theme setting of the operating system. So if you have this content page, for instance, in the Monkey ratings page, you can set content page background color, and you can specify not just the hard-coded color, but you're going to say app theme binding, and then you can specify values for whenever the user is running in dark theme or light theme, and it will automatically switch between the two whenever the operating system switches between the two as well, or you maybe have some setting inside of your application to switch between those two values too. So all of those capabilities built in. And then you might have these components installed, right? That also need to be theming aware somehow. And this Fluent UI components that we installed, we have a couple of components just for this, so we can make them known like, hey, this Fluent design theme, this is the theme that you should use. We can even give it an accent color, because if you were paying really close attention, the little dialogue to add the new monkey that had a kind of like accent color button in there, which was blue, which is of course not great if we want to, stick with this yellow theme. So we are going to see how to style that too, and that also works with light theme, dark theme automatically. And you might also have noticed the little status bar on top for Android, that doesn't really work with our styling too. So we have a very cool plugin, the .NET MAUI Community Toolkit, which has functionality on board to style that status bar dynamically. You can even do it like per page. You can do all kinds of crazy stuff, and that means you can even use .NET MAUI libraries inside of your Blazor hybrid application. So we're going to see that as well. Part 5, theming your application. I just keep repeating it for every part. Open the part 5 folder, get the solution from there if you want to start with a clean slate and make sure that all the parts are there. I'm going to build on top of the solution that we have been doing, so that I can just build that one out and add a couple of things there. Choose whatever you like. Let's see Visual Studio. Whoosh. Okay, back at it in Visual Studio. We're still looking at our squirrel monkey somewhere in Brazil. Let's switch back to our own application. Let's click the back button here. Oh, it's actually going to do that. Okay, this is our own application right here, right now. Let's stop running because we don't want to see any of this. Again, let's close these windows right here so that we start with a clean slate. There we go. And the first thing I want to do is go into that index.html to enable our style sheets there. So let's just close these. That's in the www root, so right here in our index.html. And you can see we just have this one style right here, which is the app.css, but we already prepared for you the app.css, but also the dark theme, or dark mode, whatever, dark mode.css, right? We have that one here too. So let's create another entry for that. And we need to add the IDs here as well. So I'm just going to add that here in the front. ID is, we can reference that, light mode, and then have another one to just copy and paste this line for dark mode. And then we are going to do this. I think IntelliSense works here too. IntelliSense is so amazing. Dark mode.css, and we're going to do this disabled, right? So by default, it's going to use that light mode CSS style, and we have this one disabled. So we got that. Now, don't be scared. I will walk you through it. We're going to see, trigger warning, a little bit of JavaScript, okay? So right here in kind of like our body tag, we're going to add that JavaScript. So let's do script here. It actually adds the closing tag automatically, and we're going to do function set theme, and we're going to specify the theme that we actually want to use, right? So let's call that mode, and we're going to do this. Actually, we need to adopt kind of like the JavaScript cool kids syntax right here. So let's do that opening bracket here, and then we're going to do const light mode is light mode link is document get element by ID light mode, right? So that's how we select kind of like this app.css right here. And we want to do the same thing for dark mode. So let's do dark mode link right here, document get element by ID dark mode. So now we got a reference to kind of like both the CSS files here. And what we can then do is if mode is, because we're JavaScript, we do triple is's. We do dark, and then we disable that one, and then light mode link, we disable that one and enable the other one. Okay, yes, this is pretty much what I want. So mode is, dark, whenever we request dark mode, we're going to say light mode link disabled, so we're going to transport that disabled tag to this one, and the other way around. So that kind of like is how that works. So that's already our JavaScript done. Do we have all the closing tags here? This pretty much looks like it. I don't know where this thing comes from, so I think this should be enough. All right, that looks good. So we got this implemented, and now we actually need to call this. And we're going to do that from our options page. So let's do that by adding a button and do that in our options page. That is kind of like a good place, right? Because that has all the options for our application. So let's go to the components, pages, options page, and let's add another button here. Let's do check internet, but also let's do change theme. We're going to actually name that change theme here and make that change theme caption here too, change theme. So how we're going to about this is use that JavaScript runtime. So again, we're going to just inject that. That's something that's built into Blazor. It's registered automatically. So we're going to say IJS runtime, JS, right? There we have it. So now we can call upon that and we can invoke the method that we just added in JavaScript. So let's implement this little method right here to change theme. We're going to do that down here, public async task change theme. And let's call on that JS runtime, await JS dot, and you can see like it has a couple of things, right? Invoke async, which actually gets a value task, right? With you can specify what type of value you expect to get back here. It probably even serializes and deserializes to JSON if that's what you need. But we're going to do a void, invoke void async, change theme. Yes, that's exactly what we're going to do. And let's just make it hard-coded dark right now because we know like, hey, we're running in light theme by default. So let's just flip it to dark just to see if this concept works. And then we're going to build it out to let the user actually switch between the couple of things right here. So let's run the application. Let's run this on Android, and we'll see that this will now apply the CSS file. Whenever we click that button, change the theme, it's just going to flip it over to dark, and we'll be stuck in dark mode forever. But next, we're going to see how to make that a little bit easier. Use the Fluent UI components again to add a little drop down and do all the things and make the user flip between the themes right here. But for this and for now, you know, baby steps, we can check if actually our functionality works, if we can connect to the JavaScript right here, and if that all is triggered correctly, and if our JavaScript skills are still on point, if that actually still works, and we got the syntax all right there. So application is coming back up. We're going to go to our options page, and we should see that change theme button there. So there we go. Little loading indicator also still working. Good to see. Go to our options page. Change theme. Okay. Change theme. Nothing happens. A unhandled exception occurred. Okay. Interesting. So we can already see a little bit of an exception down here in the output. Could not find change theme. Change theme was undefined. Okay, so did I not call this change theme? Did I make a typo or something? Change theme, index.html, set theme. Okay, there we go. So the AI helped me not enough. It made it change theme, but it was actually set theme. Okay, learned that. Thank you, AI. Never trust the AI. Always see what it's trying to do. Phew, but I'm glad it's just this bug, right? We know how to fix this one. So again, application coming back up. A little bit of debugging here. You can see also in the output, it shows a little bit of the exceptions going on. You don't need to go to the developer tool straight away. There might be some information there in the output of the debugger too. And now, hopefully, fingers crossed, because this was not scripted, that it does work. I'm just live coding here. Options, change theme. Yes, it works. Super cool. And now if I go back to the monkeys, that's all styled too, because it applies the CSS style from the dark theme right here, right? So now everything is styled nicely for dark mode and everything works too. If we go to the details page, still everything in dark mode. Super nice. Let's take it a step further. We can now also follow kind of like the system theming. So let's implement the little drop down so that the user can change the option, and we can also follow the system theme, right? So again, in our options page, I'm going to paste a little code right here because I'm going to implement another one of those Fluent UI things right here. So let me just do that. And I'm going to replace this button right here to change theme with this piece of Fluent UI. So the Fluent menu button is what it's called. And then we can say a text, select theme color, on menu change. We have to implement this little handle on menu changed method right here. And then we have three options, light, dark, and system. And I can specify my own ID. So it's going to be 1, 2, and 0 that we're going to work with. And then I added a little debug line right here that shows us the selected theme so that we can kind of like visually verify that it's actually doing something. Okay, now I'm going to try this once more to add a little using statement in here to get the squigglies out of here? No. So again, like you can add the using right here for Microsoft Fluent UI ASP.NET Core components, but I'm pretty sure it's already in our imports.razor, but for some reason it won't take in my Visual Studio running right here. So you can ignore that, just focus on the code and the hybrid, Blazor hybrid concept right now. So we got all this. The thing we need to implement is the handle on menu change, right? So I can remove this change theme, I think. So let's just actually replace that one. I'm going to still use public async task. I'm going to name this handle on menu change because that's what we're going to call now. And then this uses the menu change event args, right? So we want to get the arguments because that's going to tell us the option that is selected. I want to have a private field for that. It's going to be a string selected theme, so we can show that, right? That's the thing that we reference here, selected theme, that little data binding right here, so that updates automatically too. And to make sure that that always has a value because it's nullable, we want to set that to string.empty. Okay, got all that. We're probably going to do this in invoke void async at some point, but let's remove it for now. Now, let's do selected theme is args dot, oh, I just called it arg. Let's do args, because it's arguments, args dot id, right? We can get the ID from the arguments here because it's the ID that we specified. It's going to automatically be filled in the event args for this event that we're going to do here. It can be null, so let's make it 1, which was the default of light. Whenever that kind of like happens, it shouldn't happen, but you know, whenever we end up in some kind of weird scenario, let's just make sure we have a fallback here. So we're going to make that 1, and then we can also kind of like print it to the debug right line as we've been doing before. So we can set the selected theme right here, so we can kind of like visually inspect there too, like, hey, what is going on here? Then we're going to set the selected value. I don't know why we want to do that again, but selected value is args dot id. We now know that it always has a value, right? So we don't have to do that null check here. Actually, if you don't know what this means, this checks like, hey, if this is null, then we're going to provide this default value of 1. That's kind of like what this does. So it's a whole check of like, if args.id is null, then value is 1, else we can just use that value, right? So if you're unfamiliar with this syntax right here, that's what that means. And now we can say, hey, if string dot equals selected value is 2, right? Then it's dark mode, I think, from the top of my head. Yes, dark mode. Then we can say, await, whoops, the AI is messing with me here. Await JS dot invoke void async. Well, set dark theme, change theme. No, it was set theme. Let's do it right this time, the first time. Set theme dark. Right? We can do this. Now, I know the code that I'm writing here can be optimized. This is not, you know, the best written code ever. It is, however, the best written code because you can very easily kind of like visually inspect what's going on here. It's very easy readable, but it can definitely be optimized. But we'll get to that, why this is a little bit, and also this, you know, makes it very clear how this kind of like works without too much confusing syntax and that kind of stuff. So that's why I'm doing it here this way. Dot equals selected value is 1, right? So we have the 1 and a 2. Then we want to set it to light. So make sure that this one is light. There we go. And then the else, if we set it to kind of like what the system is, so just a regular else without anything here, right? Because we have then else, so this is basically like our 0. Whenever we want to use the system defined theme, we just want to follow that one. We can do app theme is current theme. We're going to request the current theme from .NET MAUI. Theme is, and we can again use that application object that is injected here, right? The I application that is injected through our imports.razor. Which is better than using the static one, right? Application.current. If that's something that you want to do, application.current, it should be the same one, right? But now we get it if through dependency injection, so we make sure that it's always the right one. But if you want to do it like here, we also have like the app theme stuff, right? So that all is there too. But we want to do, we want to be good software developers, so we use this one that gets handed to us. And we can do requested theme, right? So we can get the requested theme that is set provided by the operating system whenever the application was started. And then we can kind of like check, hey, if current theme, hey, this looks pretty much like what I want to do. Current theme is app theme.dark, right? We have this built-in enum. So this current theme is going to be of the type enum app theme, which is dark. I think dark, light, and unspecified, right? So we can do that. Whenever it's dark, we set it to dark. Whenever it's light, we set it to light. And we follow the system setting with this. So that's all the code that we kind of like need to do for this, because now whenever we switch these things, it will automatically update the things for us, and we can actually have the user select this for us. Oh, build failed, so I messed something up somewhere. What's going on? Build failed, I don't know why. I did a bunch of things, so this is going to be hard because the IntelliSense is not really working with me either. What's it trying to do here? App theme is dark, is light. Oh, I don't need this. Oh, it adds another weird kind of like brace there again. Okay, so remove that. Again, never just trust the AI, always read what it's trying to do. Okay, so now it works. And whenever we go to the options page now, we don't have that button anymore, but we should have kind of like a drop down that we can use to actually select the different values right here. So on the Android emulator, I'm pretty sure that light theme is on there. Personally, I love my light theme. Everything's light theme. But there's a bunch of passionate dark theme lovers out there, so this is especially for you. We go to our options page right here, and we can select this theme color. Again, here you can see that accent color is like bluish. That's not great, so let's fix that right after this one. And now I can select dark, theme, light, follow the system one, which is also light, right? So now the user can kind of like select all the things that they want to hear, which is something they want. Probably like in your real world scenario, you would have to persist it somehow and then apply it to your application when you start running it. Nice exercise for you at home, not really handled by this workshop, but you should be able, with the knowledge that you have right now, how to actually do that. Okay, so let's stop running this and let's see how we can actually make the Fluent UI design components also follow our styling and style guide and branding guide and all the kind of things that designers find important, right? So let's go do that. And for that, we want to go to our index.html. We need to do a couple of things. So let's go to our solution explorer, our index.html. We are going to add a little HTML tag here on top of our script. I don't think it really matters where it is exactly, but let's just put it here, which is the Fluent design theme. We're going to set the mode to light by default, and then we're going to set the primary color. This is the color that we've seen before. We've also set it like for our navigation page. So this is the shade of yellow that we'd like to use inside of our application. Now, next, we want to, also update this mode whenever it's needed. So let's save this. So go back to our options page, and we have another kind of like special component here for the Fluent theming right here too. So let's, I'm going to copy this one here from off screen from the README too. I don't think it matters where you actually put this because it's like an invisible component, the Fluent design theme. And again, you see the data binding here. We're going to data bind to this mode property with our own mode property, right? With our own C# mode property in code. We have this custom color right here that we're going to set the accent color. And this storage name is the local storage of the browser, the web view that you're using, where it's going to save this setting because, this is built also for the web. So it needs to store the setting somewhere, and it's going to do that in local storage. The APIs also work for our web view in Blazor Hybrid, and this is the storage name that you can influence. Probably if you don't set it, it will use some default name. We're just going to do that. So, okay, let's create a little property now for this bind mode. So I'm going to do public design theme modes. That's the type that this Fluent components are using. Mode get set, so that we make it a property, is design theme modes dot system light or dark, right? So you can choose, but we are using light by default, so let's set it to light here too. And then we can also start incorporating that with our method here on handle on menu changed, right? So we can also now switch that mode to the other things. So here for our mode dark, we're going to set the mode is design theme modes dark. Boom, implemented. For light, let's switch it back. Mode is design theme modes light. Whoops, not Dalvik. Design mode themes light. Yes, let's do that. And for the system one, we're just going to set the mode to the system setting because we had that too. Whoops. Yeah, mode, sorry, mode was correct. Design theme modes system. Yes. Okay, so we implemented now that the Fluent components will also update according to our settings that we do right here. Now, I'm just actually just going to run it here so you can see that the accent color shows up, that everything now themes nicely. Also, the dialogue, I actually didn't show you the dialogue right here that we also get from the Fluent UI that didn't really play well with the light mode and dark mode too, but now it actually will. Whoops. Oh, I said model here. Okay, that's probably why that didn't work. So let's try this again. Oh, and I said modes here. Okay, this is interesting. Modes, mode. Okay. Got a couple of typos here, but now we got that all out of the way. And now our build should actually succeed, and we should see that everything updates nicely with our light theme and dark theme. Now, again, we're using this for light theme and dark theme. If you want to use this for like different types of branding inside of your application, if you want to, have this in-app purchase where you can make your whole application pink because that's what your target audience needs, then this is a way to implement that as well. You can definitely take that into account, style your CSS, switch around with JavaScript if that's what you want. You can make your whole application pink because that's probably much better than making everything yellow or something like that. Okay, so our application is coming back up here. Actually, let's see our little dialogue. I think if we actually get the dialogue for creating a monkey, we should now already see that the accent color for it here, see, that already is a better shade of orange, kind of brownish. That's much better than the blue one that we had. So let's cancel this one. Let's go back up, and then we can go in here, options, select our theme. You can already see this is not blue anymore. And we can say, hey, let's do light theme. Okay, everything's light theme. Let's do dark theme. Everything is dark theme, right? Okay, if I go back to my monkeys right here, I can do add new monkey, and you can see this is now dark mode too, right? So everything works together. And if I go back to the options, if we do like the check internet, you can see the dialogue is still light because this is not changing the operating system, right? But I would kind of assume that whenever the user is running in dark mode, this alert will also automatically be in dark mode, but we're not kind of like overriding that thing yet, right? We can do that with the .NET MAUI API for that as well, as we've just seen. So we're not doing that yet, but we have all the other things here going for us. Now, the next thing you can see staring at us here is that purple bar on the top, which is not really styled. Now, for Android, this is the thing. You can also go into the Android folder, platforms, Android, resources, values, and you have these colors, and it specifies like the primary color, and that works for the accent color, kind of like in your Android application. If you change that, that will also change the status bar, but you will still have to come up for something with for iOS, because iOS doesn't really have like that status bar coloring that Android has. So to overcome that, we can use a .NET MAUI library for this, the .NET MAUI Community Toolkit. So let's install that. Manage NuGet packages, and I'm going to browse for the Community Toolkit.MAUI, and we got a couple of packages. I'm one of the maintainers, so that's why I say we. But this is kind of like the main package that we are after. We also have something for markup. We have a media element which you can play audio and video. We have maps. We have a camera. So we got a bunch of things. But we want to have this main package right here. So let's just install that right now on our application. We bring in a couple of dependencies. We also have a license that you should accept, and we need a little bit of initialization here. We open a little README for you to walk through it. We need to do something in the MAUI program. We need to initialize this with this use MAUI community toolkit. So let's just do that. I'm going to copy it, and then down here you can see what I explained earlier, like, hey, in XAML, you can do this XML namespace toolkit, import that, and you can use all the controls and all the functionalities that are inside of this toolkit right here. Okay, so let's just close this all down. Go in here, and then in our MAUI program, I'm going to add that little line. We added actually a analyzer, but because the IntelliSense is not really working great here, it's not showing up, but it should actually give you a build error if you do not initialize the toolkit here. So that's a little helper so that you don't forget. I'm going to add that little method right here, use MAUI community toolkit, and you can see it should automatically do the using community toolkit here in the top. If it doesn't do that, add that, and it should be able to find this method right here, and you should be all good to go. Perfect. Now, there's a couple of ways to do this. You can set it through XML, through XAML, which I'm going to show you right now. So let's go over to our main page, because that is actually the only single page that you're using in a Blazor hybrid application, typically, unless you're going to do .NET MAUI pages, right? So we're going to go into this main page, and what we can do here, it's implemented as a behavior. So let's import that namespace first. Let's go in here, let's add it under that local one, XML-NS for XML namespace. Toolkit is, and then I'm just going to search for toolkit, and you want to have this URL, which is a little helper thing as well, a little bit of XAML magic here, but you can just do this URL because we have multiple namespaces in the toolkit, and this just imports all of them. Okay, and now we can use everything inside of that toolkit. So what we're going to do is say content page dot resources, no, not resources, content page dot behaviors. We can also do behaviors. Behaviors is a concept in .NET MAUI with which you can add extra functionality to the component or to the page without actually having to inherit from it and do all these kinds of things. With behaviors, you can just augment that page with new functionality, as we're going to do now with the status bar. Now, also, it just popped in my head, the status bar coloring only works for iOS and Android, not for Windows and macOS, because it doesn't really have like the status bar, right? So we're going to add a little exception code for that, because else it will blow up on Windows and macOS. It will throw an exception, and that's not what we want. So this is very specific to Android and iOS right now. Who knows what might happen in the future? Okay, and now we can do toolkit, and we can see all the things that are in the toolkit. And we know IntelliSense knows that we're in this behaviors right now, so it's only showing me all these behaviors because that's what's relevant here. And we have a status bar behavior with a couple of properties here, one of which is the status bar color. So for this page, I'm just going to say, hey, the status bar color should be, and I have a little color right here to match nicely with our shade of yellow, 00. See, oh, it gives a little example here, actually, a little preview. So this is going to match nicely with the light mode, right? But we can also update it whenever we switch to dark mode. And you can also, we're setting this on this one page. If you go to the next page, if you're like, oh, I want to have some styling per page, you can totally do that by adding this behavior on every page where you want it. It is also like this. If you set it like once on this page, it's just going to retain this setting until you tell it to do otherwise, right? So this, if you set this once, it's going to work throughout your whole application until you somehow change it somewhere. But otherwise, you just set it once and you can use it everywhere, basically. And the other thing is, we can set the status bar style. Because some colors, you have to make the color, the content of the status bar white, else you won't see it. If you want to make the status bar color white, it's not going to see it whenever there's white text on it, right? So you can set the status bar color to kind of like contrast with the background color that you're putting in here, and you can select a couple of modes for that to actually do it. So for now, we're going to do the dark content, and we have our little behavior implemented like this. Cool. Before I go run it and show you actually, let's implement the full thing so that it also switches for light mode and dark mode. So let's go back to our options page right here, and we're going to extend again whenever we switch between light mode and dark mode to actually also use this right here. So what I'm going to do now is using Community Toolkit, because I don't really added that to any of the things here. I think community toolkit .maui.core .platform, is that the right thing? It says so here in my notes. And we can now use kind of like the method to actually set the status bar color like this as well. So we're going to kind of like implement that, and we're going to also override the MAUI theming at the same time. So we're going to say application app requested theme. It's not the requested theme, it's the user app theme, but it's almost right. Suggestion. So we can say app dot user app theme, right? That is how we can override it. App theme dot dark, right? Okay, we're going to add this. This wasn't what I was explaining, but let's just do that all in one go. And then I can say if device info, it's another one of those nifty .NET MAUI APIs that we've got going on. We can query all kinds of device information, what the platform is, and if the platform is device platform.ios. This is not the full code that I want, but here we go. Device info platform is Android. Yes, that's what I want to know. Then we're going to set the status bar. So we're going to set the status bar dot set color, and we can set the color to color is a very generic name, so I have to fully qualify this. Microsoft.maui.graphics.colors.from a RGB. Oops, not colors, color from a RGB, and I can put that string in here. This is going to be the dark mode string, so it's a slightly different shade here. And okay, we're going to do that. And we can set the status bar, set style to, the light theme, light content now, so that it shows up nicely for our dark background, right? Star light. Okay, I got it. So let's copy this a couple of times. Again, there's a little parentheses here. Let's remove that. I'm going to copy this and do the same thing, kind of like for light mode, but with a slightly different color here. We're going to use the same color that I just entered in the other thing, AF24. There we go. And then make this dark. And okay, we're going to do that. And then the other thing is we can follow kind of like the system theme, right? So we want to make this also here light and dark right here. So this for the dark should be the exact same here. And I can just copy this light one from here as well and paste that in here. Again, not the most efficient code. There's definitely some refactoring that you can do here, but this makes very clear like all the different paths in our code. And what we did here is like accept only call this functionality for iOS and Android, because like I said, this is not supported on Windows and macOS right now. The one thing that I want to add here, oh no, this actually like follows the system theme in the last thing. So here we're going to override that .NET MAUI override app theme, right? But here for this last if, this last else, we're already following the system set theme setting, right? So we don't need to override anything here. Okay, a lot of code here. Basically, again, we're going to have that drop down, select dark mode. We're going to update the mode for the Fluent UI components. We're going to set it in JavaScript to select the right CSS component. We're going to override the theme in our .NET MAUI app. And we're going to set the status bar color for our iOS and Android apps, right? So that's all that's going on. Same thing for dark mode, same thing for whenever we're following kind of like the system setting here. Okay, cool. That's a lot of code that we've added. Let's see if it all works. Let's start with seeing if it still compiles. So I'm just going to build this on Android. Again, feel free to check the things on Windows for a little bit faster deployment right here. And we should see that this is all going to work and everything falls in place now, except for one thing that we still need to fix. Which is the .NET MAUI page, right? We had that monkey rating page where we need to add a little bit of styling as well. That's where we're going to add that little app theme binding right there. And the build has failed and it's going to tell me where, hopefully. Status bar style does not exist in the current context, okay? Where does this come from? Is it the status bar style that I wanted? So let's just do community toolkit .maui .behaviors. Is it in there? Status bar style. Status bar behavior, status bar apply on, status bar behavior. Okay, it's not here. Maybe it's in the maui.core.primitives. Oh no, it was just in core because it lighted up. Did you see that? Core. Okay, there we go. So I should be able to just take this core, add that here, add using core. Okay, and now it should be able to pick up on all the status bar styles right here. Yes, okay, so that works. See, perfect. So let's try this again. So live debugging right here, again, unscripted, but this is only stuff that you will learn from. Again, build failed. Oh no, oh my gosh, what's going on now? Status bar style does not have a definition for light or dark. Oh, okay. It's light content and dark content. Okay. Again, IntelliSense is working more against me than with me, but that's fine. This is all learning. I did this all for you. This is definitely scripted, right? Dark content, light content, dark content. Okay, again, let's try again. This one, third time's a charm. We're going to see it. And, the last thing, that was what I was explaining. We have that monkey's rating page, and that's where we're going to use that app theme binding. So that will allow us to specify a value for the dark mode and the light mode, right? So we can do both of those, and that will then automatically switch whenever we switch the theme there as well. I'm not sure if I'm going to switch actually the theme on the device, but you will have to trust me that it works. You can test that out on your own device and your own emulator. Okay, the emulator is coming up. There was a couple of changes, of course, that we did, and a couple of build failures, so it probably had to recompile a bunch of stuff. This is why it took a little bit longer this time. But here it's finally coming. We're about to see the splash screen and hopefully our magnificent Monkey Finder Hybrid app. Here we go. You can see the status bar, already a new color, not purplish anymore. That matches nicely with the color of yellow just below it. Okay, looking very good. Let's go to our options page and switch to our dark theme. And actually, let's see how that works. Yes, we get a slightly different shade, right? You can see the status bar updating too. So we got all that in place too, and that all works beautifully. Now, very cool. We got all of this in place. Like I said, the one thing that we don't really have is the ratings page. So if I go to rate this monkey, you can see, wow, still bright, like we are blinding our users right now. So this is not great. So let's put that last piece into place as well, where we have that app theme binding. So let's find our monkey ratings page. Let's go to our Maui pages, monkey ratings page right here. And the first thing that we're going to do is set the background color of this page. So let's say it background color. We can just specify that background color is, and then we can do curly braces, which kind of like specifies XAML markup extensions. Don't need to worry about that, just know it exists. And we can say app theme binding. You can already see it pop up with IntelliSense, and we can specify a value for whenever the operating system, the app is running on light theme and whenever it's running on dark theme. So for light, let's set it to black, right? We're going to have that black background, and for dark, we're going to have actually, that's not right. Actually, you need to do it the other way around. It's going to be a black background, and we probably want to have a different shade, but black and white is going to work. And then, of course, for the label, because now the label's not going to show up, we want to have the other way around. That's why I was confused a little bit. So we're going to take this same concept, because we can apply that to all the things, and we're not going to make that the background color, but we're going to set that for the text color. And we can do the same thing, but we need to swap around the values here. Actually, not dark, but we need to make it black for light and white for dark, right? Not confusing at all. And the cool thing is now we're just setting it for like, hey, color values. I can also put the hex values in here, right? I can do like this. I think I need to use quotes if I want to do that. But you can totally do that. But I can also use the named colors. And what I can also do is use this for whenever I maybe have an image in here. So whenever I have an image and a source for that image, right, that points to like the file it should use, I can also use the app theme binding there. So you can also differentiate the different images if that's what you want for the different dark themes and light themes, and you can use that for all kinds of properties to make different values for each of those properties. Okay, so now we basically got that, and that's why I implemented that overriding of the Maui app theme, right? So in our options page, that's why I added these lines here to actually set this app user app theme to app theme.dark, right? Because that makes the app theme binding actually switch. So the last piece of the puzzle here, let's run this again and see if this all actually works. And actually, if we got this to work, we kind of like build our basic first, well, not basic, it's like it does a lot, right? It has a lot of functionality, our core Blazor hybrid application, but there is still the advanced topics right after this one. So if you're not bored yet, stick around with me in this video and we're going to look at some more advanced concepts to really finish off your first Blazor hybrid application. Super excited. Okay, so we got our application. Let's see if this all works. Let's go in here. We saw the light mode works on for our ratings page, right? So let's go into dark mode and let's see if that now switches with it too. Go to the monkeys, go to this monkey, rate this monkey, and you can see we have a black background. We can still see the label, which is still white, and we can still rate this monkey too. And we're actually going to implement this rating functionality in the next part, so make sure to stick around for that one. But this is how you could implement the theming throughout your whole application with Blazor Hybrid. Woo! You did it. You built your first Blazor Hybrid application. You should be so proud of yourself. I'm proud of you, that's for sure. But don't go yet. I have got some advanced topics for you to also implement in your application to really blow away your friends and family, right? And don't forget, there is still that badge to earn, right? And the badge can only be earned if you also go through the advanced topics. So make sure to stick around for this last bit, and let's have a look at what that is exactly. We're going to talk about these two advanced topics: sharing state and reusable components, right? A little bit of add-on content for this right here. And of course, then there might be, by the time that you're watching this, the community modules, which are only on the repository, so go check that out if there's something under there yet. Or now that you're this superstar Blazor hybrid developer, add some community modules yourself, and maybe I will make a video for that as well. Speaking of which, maybe you want to subscribe, so whenever a new video comes out, you're automatically notified. Okay, let's dive into the advanced topics. So the first thing we're going to see is sharing state between .NET MAUI and Blazor, because these two things live in a Blazor hybrid application, right? We have a couple of scenarios that you can go through. We have this .NET MAUI shell, right, which is the shell of your application, and a full Blazor UI. That's basically the application that we're building right here. And then you can have like mixed and match things with like a mixed .NET MAUI and Blazor UI. We've seen a little bit about that as well with the different pages that you can implement, and we can have like a .NET MAUI app with multiple web views that all have kind of like their own piece of Blazor hybrid implementation there, little Blazor components that you can use there too. Now, how do we share state, right? How can we do that? We want to have one object that has state for, like, you know, maybe holding that rating value for our monkeys, doing something with that, and we want to use that throughout all these different things, because especially like in that last scenario, you have multiple web views, they cannot really talk to each other, right? They don't know about each other's existence. So it would be cool, also if you're mixing and matching, like in all these scenarios, if you have a little piece that's .NET MAUI, it doesn't know of the existence of that full Blazor UI or that one Blazor page, right? So we want to have a way to share state between all of these things, and that's something that we can very easily do in a Blazor hybrid application. We can, you can do it in various ways, right? But the easiest way is to have that singleton, because that will use dependency injection, and each time will provide the same instance of that object for each of the pages, whether that's .NET MAUI or Blazor hybrid, right? So the singleton is an easily accessible global object that you can access from anywhere in your code. Doesn't matter what technology you use. It doesn't necessarily have to be a singleton. Other patterns apply if that's what you want. If you are like, oh no, this is a much nicer way to do that. This is not the single truth. I'm just one guy with opinions. But you know, if you have another way of doing that, please let me know. I would be very interested. But this is what we're going to see for this workshop. So what we're going to do is, like we've done a couple of times over, but just to repeat it so that it's really stuck in your head, we're going to add this singleton with a rating state, because we're going to implement that rating functionality for our monkeys. We're just going to add that singleton in here, and then we can actually resolve that. We've seen it so far mostly only in Razor pages, but we can also resolve that in our .NET MAUI pages. So we'll just have that rating state that will be delivered to our XAML page as well, and we can just as easily do that in Blazor Hybrid 2 to access all the values there too. Then the other part of our advanced topic is going to be about reusable components. I'm going to touch it very briefly, also because it's super easy to do in Blazor Hybrid, but you will have built a couple of components actually without knowing it, which is basically each Razor page you build a component. So we're going to lift one of the beautiful yellow buttons that we've implemented into our own component so that we can reuse that. So we've lifted that into a Blazor component, and then we can reuse that inside of our application in multiple places. We can reuse that as part of a .NET MAUI page, right? Because this is the three scenarios again, like the MAUI shell with the full Blazor hybrid application. That's what we've been building. Then you can have a MAUI application with just one page that is a Blazor application. You can use it in there as well, or you can use it as part of one component inside of your full .NET MAUI application, or you can even bring it to your Blazor web application, or the other way around. The possibilities are endless. It's amazing. Okay, so let's just see all of that. Part 6, advanced topics. Again, for part 6, we've also provided the code. So go in there if you want to start with a clean project that has all the code for all the previous parts. I'm just going to continue building on the project that I've been using so far. So once more, let's just switch over to Visual Studio. Right where we left it, our beautiful dark themed Blazor Finder hybrid application with our capuchin monkey. Yes, love it. Okay, so let's add that state first, right? We're going to add that rating to these monkeys so that we can actually keep the rating per monkey and actually keep score of that, which one we like the most. So let's stop running our application right here and add a model for that, right? The model that's actually going to hold our state, that's going to be that singleton. So let's go over to our Solution Explorer and we're going to add a new model right here. So right click on this model folder right here, add new item. I can actually go to the show compact view. I can just use this one now and I can just say rating state. That's what I'm going to name it and do add, because this is just going to be a simple C# object. I don't know why it gives me all of this using statements. I don't really need that. And I love the top level namespaces. Did you know that? Little pro tip, if you do a semicolon behind the namespace, it will automatically remove the braces and it will move everything down to there. Perfect. Pro tip right here. At least you learned something from this course, right? Multi-hour course, and that's the thing that you learned. Okay, here we go. Let's make this a public class too. Doesn't really matter. It could be internal too because we're only using it for this application, but let's just make it a public one. And I'm going to add a bunch of things. I'm going to add a public dictionary, of monkey, and the int, which is going to be the rating, and that's going to be the monkey ratings right here. And I'm going to make that a property. So let's make it a get. You only need to get it. And then I'm going to initialize it with the new collection initialize. Okay, so this is a dictionary. This is going to hold all of our monkey ratings. It's going to be plural here, monkey ratings. We're going to do that. Then we're going to have an event handler. Why that is, I'm going to show you that in a little bit. Event handler, that's going to be like, hey, it can be null, right? We can have 0 events in there, so that's fine. Rating changed, for whenever a rating is changed, we can subscribe to that. And then we're going to add some code to actually do this. This actually looks, well, somewhat like what I want to do, but I'm going to type it out anyway. Public void add or update, which is, you know, a pattern I like. Add to update rating. I need to know the monkey that I'm going to rate, right? Whoops, monkey, and the rating that I actually want to have here, int rating. Okay, there we have it. And then we're going to use some code like, hey, if monkey ratings, actually, if not monkey ratings, right? If we cannot add it, we're going to try and add it first, not try add. So it's going to try add that. With our monkey, right? That's going to be the key. We only have one monkey in our dictionary with the rating right here. If that's not going to work, apparently, you know, it's already there. So we can just update the value, right? So we can just say monkey rating with our key of monkey in there, and we can just set the rating, so the new value, because it's already in this dictionary apparently, so we can just update the value. Else, apparently it's not in there, so we're going to kind of like add, well, actually we don't need to do that. It's going to try add it, and it will, if it's able to add it, we've added it now new to the dictionary, and this will return true, so it's already added. And whenever that doesn't work, apparently it's already in there, so we're going to update the value. So that's kind of like the trick in code that we're doing here. And we want to trigger that event handler, rating changed. Whenever, you know, something's in there, we're going to do invoke, and we're going to say this, and I'm going to use event args dot empty, right? I'm just going to use empty event args. Another pattern to do this is by specifying new event args and specifying maybe the new and the old rating value in there, so that you can do something whenever the event is raised, and you can do something in the event handler there. But I'm just going to update it in a different way, so I'm not going to really use that. Now, another method that I want to have in here is to get the rating. I want to retrieve the rating for a monkey, and actually this looks pretty much like I want to do. So let's just accept this suggestion right here. Get rating for a certain monkey, and I'm going to look in my monkey ratings dictionary, try get value again, like it's going to try. If it's not in there, then I'm going to return 0, right? It doesn't succeed, so I'm going to return 0. Apparently we don't have a rating, but if it does get the value, it's going to put it in this out variable rating, and I'm just going to return that. So now I have everything in my state object to, you know, put a rating in there and get a rating out there. That's all I need. Okay, so now what we want to do is register this in our Maui program. So let's go back here. We've seen this a couple of times. Let's add a new one, builder dot services dot add singleton rating state. It already knew what I wanted to do. Singleton rating state. There we go. Rating state is registered as a singleton. We can now access it on both kind of sides. So what we want to do now is go to our rating page, our monkey rating page .xaml, but I want to go to the code behind. So let me go to the solution explorer here, code behind, and what I want to do here is now know about which monkey I'm rating, right? We didn't really give this much of an implementation. So I want to know now here which monkey I actually am talking about here in this rating page so that I can pass that down to that state object. And I want to get that rating state in here as well. I could join those two together maybe, but again, this kind of like works for me. So there we have that. And I need to introduce a couple of fields to actually make this work. So I'm going to add private rating state to kind of like have that because we want to reference it from another point in time. Rating state, here we go. Just make it like this, and private read only, because we are not going to change our monkey. We are not supposed to do that. Whenever we are going to override it, weird things will happen. And this is going to be the monkey to rate, right? So that's this, and then we want to assign these values right here, this dot rating state, because we're referencing this and they have the same name. So I have to prefix this with the this so that it knows that I'm referencing this one. I could have chosen a different name here, but this is what I'm choosing to do now. And this is going to be rating state. And then I'm going to say monkey to rate, because I technically don't like this, the this keyword. So it's kind of funny that I'm choosing the same name here, but oh well. Monkey to rate. Monker to rate. Okay, monkey to rate. There we go. Is monkey, right? So we got that. And then our rating.value, right? This refers to our rating component that we added here from the Aloha kit. So this is referencing this control right here, because if we're coming here and that monkey already has a rating, we want to show it on this page, right? So I want to set the rating.value is rating state dot get rating for our monkey to rate, or just the monkey, right? Doesn't really matter which one because they're the same one now. But we can get the rating in case that we already have one, and we can show the stars that are selected there already. Perfect. Now I still have the leftover here from this button clicked, right? This is not doing anything. This was for that button to close the modal and actually get the rating value out there. I'm just going to remove this one. And what we want to do now, which also worked in case of the modal, by the way, is to override. This is a lifecycle method of this page right here on navigated from. And you have a couple, right? We can override some other things as well, but the on navigated from allows us to, whenever we're navigating from this page, whether that's modal or not modal, we can trigger some code. So updating that rating could also work from the modal if we did it like this. So we can do this. I can leave that base in place, doesn't really matter. And what I can say now is have that rating state, add or update rating, monkey to rate, rating.value. Yes, that's exactly what I want to do. Thank you so much. So now what it's going to do, whenever we're navigating away from this page, is going to add or update this rating for our monkey to rate, and do that with the rating.value, the new value that we've set in this rating component right here. Now, to actually show this, we probably want to add the rating to our monkey's detail page, right? So let's go to our details page, Solution Explorer, and that's a Blazor page, so it's in the components pages, details page, and we can add like the details population. Let's copy this line, details, rating, and I'm going to set this to rating as well. And I can now set this to rating state, which I still need to get, but I'm going to use it here, rating state dot get rating for the monkey, right? I'm just going to get this rating, and it doesn't only work for like objects. I can also just execute this method right here, rating state get rating. Did I actually name it get rating for this monkey? And I can provide the monkey and it will get that rating too. Cool. So we got that in place. And now what we want to do is add that inject rating state in here, inject, because we registered it in our dependency injection container, right? Inject rating state. So we got that in place. And now we can actually get that here. And what we want to do, now this is not going to compile, is that we actually need to add this injection thing to our manual call here. So here what we're doing is add rating. You can see, maybe if I close it and open it again, my IntelliSense is doing a little bit weird again. Let's do this. This looks better. In the add rating, we're going to the like Windows page navigation, push async, new monkey ratings page, but we've just expanded this constructor now to take in a couple of new objects, right? So we need to add that monkey in here. We have a private field to the monkey in here, so we can just pass that in. And we have the rating state now that we got injected to, so we can just put that in here as well. So we're going to do manually dependency injection in here. We got that dependency through the inject on the page level, and we pass that down to our monkey ratings page here so that it has everything it need to do its job. Now there's one thing, we didn't really use the event yet, so let's go to the on initialized right here, and we get the monkey, and then we can do rating state dot, and we see this event here, rating changed, and then we can add something to that, plus is, and then we can get the arguments here, and we can actually specify the body. Now, if you don't want to use the sender and the args here, you can just do an underscore. That means lets the compiler know like, hey, I don't care about these values. I don't really do anything with them. Again, if you would do implement the event args with like, hey, the values in there, you can definitely define them here and catch them that way, but I don't really care about this. The only thing that I want to do here is, again, do an underscore. I'll get to that in a minute. I want to do invoke async, which is a built-in method from Blazor Hybrid, invoke async, which is going to invoke this on the main thread, because events typically happen on like the background thread, and it's not really clear to the Blazor rendering engine that we're updating this rating state for our monkey right here. So I want to do this async and then say state has changed, which means like, hey, everything needs to be re-evaluated on this page, and it's going to re-evaluate all the bindings here, and it's going to pick up on this new rating value, and it will actually update that in the UI. So that's the thing that we're doing here. And this invoke async returns a task, and just to make the compiler happy and also let them know like we don't care about the returning function here, the returning value here. We're just going to do that underscore again, and that will be discarded too. Okay. I think this is complaining again about like the parentheses not matching up. I think this pretty much works. So let's just run this and see actually if it's complaining rightly or not. Okay, it actually is complaining rightly. Oh, here we go. So I forgot a semicolon here, so let's save that. Maybe that's why it's so unhappy. But for the rest, this should just work. And we kind of like implemented our rating right here. So we want to do that. And it still doesn't happy. Monkey rating does not exist in the current context. Monkey ratings. Oh, see, picked up on the old name, monkey ratings. There we go. Got a couple of errors to work through. Again, I'll just leave this in raw live coding right here. And it still says an opening bracket is missing for the corresponding closing bracket. So there's something weird going on here. Okay, I think what's going on. I need to do this, this one, make it a little arrow, right? That's much, much better. Okay, it's going to work now. See? I make dumb mistakes too, especially when live coding. So here we go. This should work now. Perfect. And we're going to actually see that rating in action. So what should happen now? We've hooked up this whole rating page going from .NET MAUI back to Blazor and back again. We're passing down these values through this shared state that we've got going on. And it doesn't matter where we resolve this or update this. It works throughout the Blazor side of things, the .NET MAUI side of things. It works just everywhere. So here we are, our application is coming back up. And let's just raid, what are we gonna raid here? The Howler monkey. I don't think we've had that one yet. The Howler monkey. Rate this monkey. You can already see the rating down here. It seems like we're missing a little bit of styling, so I don't know what that is. It seems that we're missing some CSS styling. I should fix that before I actually publish the code for this. But we can rate this monkey, and you can see the value is null right now, but I can set it to 4. Actually, I like all the monkeys equal, so let's just set it to 5. And if I go back, it invokes that on Navigator 2, and you can see that rating value updated to 5, right? So what happened now is that I came to this rating page right here. I set the rating, first checked if like we have a rating for this monkey. Let me just show you that right now. If I go back here, it will automatically fill in this 5 stars, right? So that's what's happening here. I get passed in the monkey, the rating state, and I will get the rating and pass that to this component right here. And then when I navigate from, I'm going to say, hey, add or update rating for our rating state, and that will automatically trigger that event. That's going to happen. And that event is then catched, subscribed to in our details page. And whenever that happens, it's going to invoke async, state has changed, and it will update our UI by calling again this rating thing right here. It will update the value in the UI and everything is good in the world and we can rate monkeys. And because I have like multiple and the dictionary in there, I can also go to the baboon. You can see the rating here is null. Set this again 5. I love them all. Set this to 5 too. And just to show you that it can be different, like, hey, this can be 4 too. So I'm setting this to 4. Go back, and which one did we just have? The howler monkey. This is still 5. And if I go in here, this is still 5 too. So now we've implemented this state that can be shared throughout like small components, big components, full-size Blazor hybrid applications, .NET MAUI pages, all these kinds of things. Now, last thing, the very last thing of this course, then I'll let you go, creating reusable components. So let's just stop this right here. Let's just lift one of the buttons, the beautiful yellow buttons that we have right now, and make that a reusable component. So let's go into the components and controls folder. Do we have the controls one yet? Yes, we have this dialog right here. I'm going to create a new Razor component, and I'm just going to call it my button. It's going to be my button, not your button, my button. And here we go. And this is really cool. It provides us with a very minimal kind of like implementation of this. And what's really cool, if you haven't noticed yet, the mybutton.razor, whenever you call it my button, that will also be the name of this component. So if we go to now to the home.razor where we're going to implement this, and I'm going to go here, you can see I can just do my button. Well, it should be able to do that, but this is just, calling the my button component, and the file name without the .razor is going to be the name of your component. That's how easy it is. It's just a naming convention. That is the thing that we're going to use. Now let's copy actually this add new monkey right here. I'm just going to take that out here actually, and I'm going to make that a reusable component. So I'm just going to paste that in here, and this, you can see it's the exact same structure. So I can just lift that HTML, put that in here, but of course now we're stuck, right? Like, where's this add monkey thing? And we don't just want to do it for monkeys, we want to use it for any kind of like events in there, right? So not just adding monkeys, that doesn't make it very reusable. Also for this kind of like title right here, that doesn't make it very reusable. So how are we going to set that from the outside? That's right, we're going to use those parameters. So first thing, let's add a little parameter here for our caption, public string caption, and we can use that, get set, there we go. Let's make sure that it's never null, is string.empty, so that we always have something, right? Oh my goodness. Empty, there we go. And we can use that right here, right? Because we know that automatically updates. So we can just say add caption, boom. That's fixed. So we can now set any caption on that. We can just set add new monkey on there. We can set, hey, find location. We can do all these things and we can just reuse that. Now what's really cool is another little helper here is editor required. Now this is kind of like dependent on the editor that you're using. For Visual Studio, this will give you a little warning like, hey, this attribute is needed. It doesn't really break your build, I think, and it's also dependent on the IDE or the coding tool that you're using. But it's a nice little helper that you can add on here, which will make this attribute required whenever you're going to consume it. So now it will say like, hey, we need to specify this caption right here, right? So this is something that's needed and will give you, your user, your consumer, a little hint that something needs to be done here. Add new monkey, was that what it's called? I think so. Okay, so that's one out of the way. Now we need to do something for that event, right? So let's go back to our my button. And we want to add a new thing. Again, another parameter, because we want to set it from the outside. So we use parameter. And we're going to see a little new thing here, public event callback. And that's a built-in thing for Blazor. So you just have to know it exists. And we can do callback, right? You can name this whatever you want. Get set, yes. Okay, there we go. And that's something that can hold kind of like the event that you want to trigger, right? So that's going to be the thing that we invoke whenever we do the on click or whatever you hook it up to. And again, we can just say on click, and we can now directly reference to this callback right here. And it will know like, hey, on click, I'm going to have to trigger this callback, and it's going to trigger this thing right now. And from the consuming side, I can here go to my home.razor, and I can say callback is, whoops, and what was it called again? Was it add monkey? Was it that simple? Add monkey, and it's just going to invoke that method right here. So that's also the cool thing. I don't think I really highlighted that, but what you can do like is not only pass in for these attributes like simple types like strings, but you can also pass in full references to methods, to complex objects, to all these kinds of things, and use that inside of your methods too. Now, again, the IntelliSense isn't really working for me here, but you should be able to just do this, and you can see like this button and this button will be the exact same, with the exception that this is now a reusable component. And that, even within your own project, this is super useful, because if this class button yellow is ever going to change to button blue, now you have to go through all the buttons and change that class everywhere, right? Which is not something that you want to do. If you have this my button everywhere, you just change the class button yellow to button blue right here, and it will update throughout your whole application. Or you share this my button razor to a new project, and that project get references to multiple other projects, and now you can suddenly use my button over all of these projects, including your Blazor web application, right? So that's all things that you can do. Or you can stick that project into a NuGet, and you can share that with the whole world as a revolutionary my button component, right? So you can see actually, it's a really boring demo. Add new monkey. The button is still there. Looks exactly the same. Works exactly the same. Hopefully, yes, it does. And you can see, but now we have this reusable component, right? Now it's inside of a Razor component, and you can do it that way. And you can distribute it in all the ways that I kind of like just talk to you. This is the end, the final implementation of our Monkey Finder hybrid application, our very first Blazor hybrid application that we've just built. All right, you've done it. You've built your very first Blazor hybrid application. This has been so amazing. I don't know about you. I enjoyed making this. I enjoyed taking you on this journey and learning all this kind of new stuff. We've seen from scratch, start to finish, a very empty Blazor hybrid application. We've added how to show data, how to navigate between pages, how to navigate to .NET MAUI pages, how to apply that theming, how to style the application in any way possible, use third-party components, whether that's Blazor, Blazor Hybrid, or .NET MAUI. We mixed it all together and we made this all work, sharing the state, and even created your own reusable components. You are now equipped to build your very own real-world application and even be a control vendor and enter the world of open source and everything that comes together with that. A really, really joyful world. So definitely, if you're going to create something or you want to see something new to dive deeper into this workshop, let me know down in this comment, or how you would like this workshop, how you like this presentation, how you like this video. Like this video, actually, subscribe to my channel to make sure that you catch all the latest and greatest if this workshop is going to get new modules. If you want to dive deeper into .NET MAUI or Blazor, I'm going to put out videos almost every week right here on this YouTube channel. So make sure that you're in the know. So subscribe right now if you haven't done so already. I'm presenting also this stuff all around the world all the time at conferences. So if I'm somewhere near you, make sure to pull my jacket, let me know that you're there, and have a little chat. I'm always down for that. Now, there's one very important thing that I've promised you a couple of times already, and that is the badge. I've partnered with Holopin, which is an amazing platform that allows me to reward you with a digital badge that you can share on your social channels. You can add it to your LinkedIn, you can add it to your resume, you can print it out, hang it on a wall. You can do all these amazing things with it, and it's very exclusive for this course, so you can claim it. The one thing that you need to do is go through a quiz, 10 questions. You need to get 75% right. Everything that is inside of this course, so you should know it by heart right now. And you can just do that. Go to this URL that's on your screen right now. I will also make sure to put it down in the video description. Go there, take that quiz, claim the badge, share it on socials. Make sure to tag me. I want to see all those badges go out there all over the world. That will be really amazing, to prove that you are now a Blazor Hybrid certified developer. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you for the next one.